Welcome to the i14y lab here in Berlin. It's an open lab where we accelerate time to market for multi-vendor disaggregated telco systems.
I'm a part of the i14y lab because we want to help progress the European Open RAN initiatives.
Because we are strong believers in disaggregation.
Because of the use of AI to cope with increased complexity.
It allows new businesses to enter the telecommunication market.
To provide fundamental security expertise.
To act as a consultant around build, design and architecture.
It is not about product, it's about technology.
Open RAN. It's a game changer for the telecommunications industry.
It's the first time in the industry that we work towards open APIs on the RAN control plane.
This anything-goes atmosphere propels technology evolution.
The combination of a lab with an outdoor test network is, I think, unique in the world.
For us, at the i14y lab, this is just the beginning.
Good morning, everyone. It's so great to meet you and to have you here in this event. Welcome to the i14y Lab Summit 2022, and this is called Mix and Text, and we are hoping that you have the best possible experience. So together with me, I have Alex Choi. So you are wearing so many hats, but today you are wearing Deutsche Telekom hat. Over to you, Alex.
Oh, okay. It's okay. Yeah. Thank you, first of all, and warm welcome from my side to this wonderful event today. And it's really, how can I say, eye-opening, yeah, to see this kind of a physical event after a long period of suffering of pandemics. So the big question for all of us today, is why we are here today and here in these locations. Of course, first, after a long pandemic, and finally we are about to overcome this tough period, and everyone start to have some desire of having some physical meetings. So today, our job is to offer you this opportunity to meet people, make a networking and socializing each other and learning from each other. That's the first easy answer. Second part is, of course, we are here to celebrate the inauguration of the i14y lab this afternoon. So that's very important. Not only politically, but also, this is a big ceremony for all of us. And we already embarked this journey, disaggregation, open RAN, but this official inauguration makes us more proud of it, this milestone. So let's celebrate it all together this afternoon. Last but not least is, of course, the importance of having the discussions around the open RAN ecosystems with regard to all the challenges and the opportunities, right? What challenges we are facing, ecosystem maturity, security, and the supply chain, and you name it, and the system integration cost, and you name it. How can we justify all this, growing complexity? Yeah, out of this after the disaggregations. In the end, the disaggregation is the first part of the process. The second part is, of course, the system integrations, which will be even tougher than ever before. So we have to think about, revisit why we are here and discuss about disaggregation. So we have to truly understand the potential value of the open ecosystem, open RAN ecosystems. Innovation, my belief is innovation power values from this open RAN ecosystem is going to be bigger than the cost associated with regard to the operating and operationalization and the system integration and the supply chain management, right? So otherwise, we don't need to do this. But I truly believe, I hope you have the same opinion with me. So this is the final part of my answer. But and then the next question always boils down to, okay, the concept is great, everyone agreed, yes, let's try. It's there is a momentum and also some strong support from other stakeholders, even including the government. So the real question we have to ask today, be honestly, the whole day, how? It's all about how. That's why we are, this cooperation, collaboration, and is coming to play, right? So this is an opportunity for sure, but there's a lot of complexity associated. Even the cooperation, collaboration is not easy. It's, the telco market is fragmented. Our industry is so diverse, so it's always not straightforward to make an alignment all together to moving into the one directions. So today, let's just share and exchange our opinion and our concern and ideas so that we can jointly accelerate and this open RAN ecosystem much developments. Okay, that's all from my side.
Very good. Thanks for the good remarks and for setting the tone, Alex. Thank you so much. All right, so my name is Katarina Cruz. I will be hosting this event. And thanks again for coming. It's really a pleasure to have you here. I hope that you have a great time. Thanks also for the followers that are paying attention to the session online. And we have prepared, a list of very cool presentations, breakout sessions. I mean, you will see it. But now it's time that I give you a little bit of a sneak peek of what you can find and what is the map of the venue. And let's start with this place where we are. So this is the main stage, the courtyard, where you will listen, to different presentations in the morning. We have 4 interesting presentations upcoming. Then on your right side, you have the 5G garage. Pay attention also to the different events and discussions and breakout sessions that our experts will be having there. And next to the 5G garage, we have the catering area where, you can come and serve yourself and have some drinks. And you have also just behind you a very nice small marketplace where can also meet and discuss with some companies that are there presenting. And you will have also some stairs where it will lead you to the library. Again, very interesting opportunities to listen, to learn, and to engage with experts. There will be some demo sessions also happening there. And last but not least, because I really promised Katya that I would not forget this, so also behind you because your feedback is very important to us. So let us know, what you think about the event, what we can do better, and how we can engage better with you. So there is a market agency that will conduct some exercises. Hi there. So don't be shy. Don't be shy, and please make sure that you give your contribution because, we can only improve if we get really the feedback from your side. Thank you. So about the agenda, and I think that is also interesting for you to understand what are the topics that we will be speaking here. Again, a very great alignment of speakers. But let's start with the morning where we are now. And we will actually having 4 talks, as I mentioned, so 4 presentations. So the first one, accelerating network disaggregation, very important topic for the topic of this summit. What is Open RAN all about? TIP release plans and testing, how open communities accelerate disaggregation and the growth of open source hardware designs. This is actually very close to my heart, don't miss this one. And to end the morning session, we will have how i14y Lab is meant to support various test types, scenarios, and activities. And we will have at 1 o'clock a short break for lunch and networking, so you can meet and discuss and hopefully having a good time. Then in the afternoon at 2 o'clock, we are back here to this stage where we will have also very interesting discussions, panel discussions and roundtable discussions, and we will have also some surprises for you. But saying that, I think it's time to kickstart and have our first presenter on the stage. So, Fotis, welcome. The stage is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Katerina.
How are you doing?
Very well, thank you.
So how do you feel about this crowd?
Good morning, everybody. How are the energy levels today? Excellent. Thank you so much.
Very good.
It's a huge pleasure to be here in this fantastic lab event.
Great to have you
here.
And
I'm super delighted to be part of this ecosystem and the industry.
Very good. Then over to you.
Super.
And we will meet later.
Thank you. So I'm Fotiscaronis. I'm from Capgemini. I have a role of 5G and Edge for the group, which is really exciting. I mean, this is the new era of digital transformation for all the industries, and very profound transformation also of our telco industry and the networks. My background is I've been in the industry of telecommunications for several years. I was the CTIO in EE, the mobile operator, which was part of the Deutsche Telekom group. So I have a very big, extremely great journey in the telco industry. We were 50% Deutsche Telekom at the time and 50% Orange, and then we got acquired by British Telecom. So I went through the whole journey of launching 4G networks, 5G networks, in the first wave for global communications. And it's a wonderful experience. It's an ecosystem play, right? So, and it's just great because today it's all about the ecosystem. It's all about how do we work together. Whatever we have achieved, it is a collective achievement from, vendors, telecom operators, innovating software companies, etc. So I came here to present about 75 slides. Are you okay with that? Yay! Excellent. So we're in this incredible moment that the industry has been moving, and we are moving the industry. It depends on us, on the people, on leadership to move the industry forward. And today, accelerating transformation is very important. And disaggregated networks will play a very important role for the industry of telco to get more efficiencies, open ecosystems, etc., more inclusive community of technology, but also for the end users, the subscribers, the industry. What are the use cases that we can actually provide because we're building those type of networks? So it's important to see the outcomes for the users, the industries, as well as us, of course, enabling to the point that Alex said about the how, And the opportunity is far more than the challenge. And that's why we're doing it. That's why we're here today. So the needs for disaggregation in this 5G era, I would say, has a few sort of drivers or mega opportunities, right? The first is open platforms, right? We are absolutely keen to increase the vendor ecosystem to have, why? Because we need, our industry, right? The telco industry, if I may say telco, I'm of course Capgemini, but once you're in the telco, it's always part of the telco, right? So is there a life beyond telco? I mean, telco is all the industries now and the telecommunication industry. So we need the telco industry is investing for all the industries, right? We're building billions and billions of euros, pounds, dollars, investments to create that ecosystem for networks so that companies could take advantage of that and be always connected to the cloud, to whatever application, etc. And this is a very expensive sport, right? There's a huge OpEx, huge CapEx associated with that. Is that sustainable? And this is one of the important questions. The other thing is about the openness of the more vendors, more inclusive, more open standards. Software, there are huge three, I would say, industries that are shaping everything. The software industry, the semiconductor industry, and of course the telco industry. These are three very important industries that are transforming everything that we are, around this, all the industries actually. So we need to be looking at those solutions that provide a better cost of ownership, more automation, better operating environment for more predictable networks, reliability, etc. And the ecosystem must enlarge to take advantage of the scale and the opportunities of software and the cloud. So is that clear, guys? I mean, really, TCO is very important, right? Absolutely. Second, Cloud, again, that is very important so that we can scale on demand. Today, of course, the software is all about cloud, microservices, in Kubernetes environment, which provide a containerized approach. So we have moved from, we have done already virtual, virtual architectures, and now we're moving into more cloud architectures. Number 3 is the mobile edge compute. Sorry. Yep. Multi-edge access, very important, because as we create those networks of 5G, we need also the low latency and the activity to happen right on the ground. So where the users are, that's when we need more latency, lower latency. We need more computing power, AI. All that stuff is very important to be used on the edge. So we need to create that ecosystem together between the network and the seamless connectivity between the network, the cloud, and the mobile edge computing to take advantage of the new applications that are coming up. And that seamless architecture is required now between the network, the mobile edge computing, and the cloud. And it happens to be the software that connects everything together and the cloud technologies for these new applications that are coming up. And that's the role of the telco, right? To me, from a CSP to the digital service provider, because the telecommunication industry is asked by the industries to provide these services, either from a slice or an on-prem or a network edge. So we need to prepare that ecosystem for this new evolution that is actually today. Actually, automotive industry is already building things that require the telcos to be adapting to that requirement, right? So if the car has to be supported as an autonomous or semi-autonomous or ADAS, we need to build the infrastructure that can make it happen. And it is important that the network evolves into that space so that that intersection is possible. Orchestration automation, right? The important part of the networks is to provide more intelligence. I was like, we were running networks for many years, and people require that the network is completely operational at every minute, right? We're talking about 5 nines, right? This is not only for an emergency services type of service, but a simple subscriber is on the beach somewhere. If he doesn't have his WhatsApp or his Facebook, it's immediately in the press. After 10 minutes, it goes live on BBC or everywhere. We don't want that, right? So, but intelligence now can actually be preventing, incidents from happening, right? So if you can use your AI, your, model all the different types of situations, you can use AI as a machine and also software to make the networks much more intelligent, so we can have defect-free networks. We know that also the emergency services are moving from, Tetra type of technology into 4G and 5G. So it's important that we take that into consideration when we build these architectures and these new open disaggregated networks, because that is the big requirement, right? Reliability. And then application-aware network. That's very important. So we will talk a little bit about all the the radio. Tommy Wito from Nokia mentioned about the importance of the APIs and the architecture of the RAN and how we need to make that, I would call it collectively operational between all the different parts. And the intelligence of the network, like radio intelligent controllers, etc., are very important in order to make that happen. But when we say application-aware network, that means that it enables the SDK, the application development providers, to build network awareness. That means that they can use the low latency, the speed, the reliability that is required for the particular application, right? So that has to be taken care of. But then the other way around as well, that the applications must be aware of the network. So that means the people that are developing the networks of disaggregated networks must make their environment understood by the software industry, so that the software industry can take advantage of the network. So it's bidirectional. Right. Okay, so there's some key trends that I would like to cover. Sorry, I'll just bring them up. I think I'm going like 5G plus. That's why there's a bit of the latency. First of all, the most important in terms of short term, right, is the cloud-native applications for vertical and OSS. The OSS is a very important thing, right? It's absolutely important to get that capability of orchestration and to transform to the cloud. Because if we don't have that overall orchestration, it's very hard then to have a complete the value of the open collaboration of networks, right? And it's important to say that because if we're building the open disaggregated networks, we want to operate them in a different way than we operate networks today, right? We want to have release management that is continuous, CI/CD, CT. You know, the whole model has to change. It's not just about introducing a new technology, it's can we change the way that the networks are currently operated to support the whole end-to-end operation. So these are the trends that we see today. Of course, cloud-native edge computing, the standalone core, right? That's very important because we need to get all the full capabilities of 5G with network slicing, et cetera, et cetera. And I would add data-driven autonomous networks. And last but not least, sustainability. I would say it should appear, right. So in terms of the short term, there are a few things that we need to take into consideration, which is 1, 2, and 3. I know that we are doing already standalone 5G. All that is important, but we need to see it in the perspective of also the RAN being disaggregated, right? So disaggregated Open RAN is not something that is for the long term. It's for now. We have to, take the leadership to build it now so that it's part of the, I would call it the near short term, that we can bring it to life very quickly. And the projects that I always was involved in was about the ecosystem. It's not about one brand that does the whole thing, right? It is, the brand is the project, it's Open RAN, right? That's the brand. It is about how we can all collectively work to bring it to life. Nothing was given, you know? You don't have to wait to see it happen, you have to make it happen, right? We have to make it happen. And the opportunity is massively more important than the challenge. Okay, and this is, I think, the trends that we see. I'm trying to get it. Where would I find it? Excellent. So the disaggregated, the future of networks will be open and smart. We're talking about open, interoperable protocols and interfaces allowing increasing flexibility over traditional architectures. So, you know, as we know very well, the RAN represents a very big portion of our CapEx for a telco, right? It's a huge part. Usually it's around 70%. It goes through little variations, of course, some ups and some downs, depending on the cycles of. But this is like really, really big stuff, right? It's a very big amount of the company. I mean, companies of, you know, tier ones having to spend, you know, 14% of their turnover in CapEx is kind of a large responsibility. And if you look at the revenues, I mean, it's, you know, it doesn't say that it, you know, by investing that you get a 20% increase every year, right? There's other companies that make that money. So there must be a new way to do this model and be able to do it much more efficiently. It's a radical change, but it requires hard work, right? And this is why we're here today. You know, the openness between the radio units, you know, the CU and the DU is very important to get that architecture right. And today we are working really hard to get those interfaces working together. Next slide. Sorry, it's over there? Okay. Or it depends where the beamer is. Yeah, great. So we talked about opportunities and challenges. The opportunities, very important, is the efficiency, the diversity of players, right? The more innovation of companies coming into play into this really incredible ecosystem, the better. Time to market, we heard about that earlier, that is one of the big drivers, is time to market. And time to market is also developing the actual system of the network, but also the services and the applications that come with it, right? So we need to create a faster time to market of the products that are launched, the services for the subscribers and the industries, right? Today we have kind of large cycles and a lot of freezing in between, right? So we need to make sure that the system is also efficient in its operation. Challenges, of course, are all the features ready today to be compatible to what we think is, you know, common best standards today, right? So that's the performance, the reliability, all these type of things we need to test. Because the people that are operating the networks will ask, you know, are we ready to do that? You know, is it ready to go? So we need to make sure all these features are there in place. Interoperability. How am I doing in time? It's okay so far? Guys, another 3 hours and I'm out. Thank you. Interoperability challenges, yes, but we always had interoperability challenges all our lives, right? So this is a great opportunity to capitalize on all the learnings that we have done to make this really interoperable And having Nokia also here is very important because it is a collaborative thing, which is it requires the vendors to do that extra step, which we are happy that we have. The skills, do we have the right skills in the network environment? I think yes, we're starting to build that. There is a lot of collaboration from the IT, the software environment. These are people that are, skills that are there. It's one pool. I don't see any difference between a IT pool and a network pool. This is really something that we should think as, it's a softwarization. So here we go. We need to make sure these skill pools are becoming together. I would call it, unified. Security challenges. We heard that this is a, a very big topic, but being serious. Sorry. Yeah, it is important that we need to challenge it together with the performance and the features, right? And that is a big business also. It's a very big business because we need to ensure that the security is there, embedded by design, of course, at every part of the life cycle of build. Right? Now, recently we have a lot of developments already, So first of all, the radio units are there. We're starting to have an ecosystem. Many network equipment providers are developing the RU. We know that. Commercial off-the-shelf hardware is enabling now to use the whole RAN ecosystem in sort of like common commercial type hardware, because the new chipsets enable to have hardware in even the L1 in the radio part, right? Multi-vendor interoperability becomes a reality. I mean, that's important because of the protocols and the interfaces, the ECPRI, the interface that enables the interoperability between the different parts of the radio and also between different vendors of the radio. So the importance of this lab is so important because we have to bring it all together and test that capability. This is an open lab, so it's important that these capabilities are available to enable the ecosystem to work together. And then last but not least, hyperscalers are super interested, right? Hyperscalers create a lot of activity and growth by transactions anywhere. And as the cloud is now really everywhere, right? Between the edge, the device actually, the on-prem edge, the network edge, and the cloud. So there's a lot of transactions there. So of course the hyperscalers are very interested, and we can see that as a contributor to the whole ecosystem, right? Because it can provide a lot of added value for the telecommunication industry to reduce hardware equipment, etc., collaborate on the data service, data centers, etc., So there is a very big interest for the telco migration to cloud from the hyperscaler. So there's a lot of industry developments ongoing. Is that okay, guys? Right? Do we like the hyperscalers? Yeah. I mean, we're all a family, right? It's a tech family. But we do need to work with, it helps. One industry, sub-industry pushes the other sub-industry to advance, right? I think we should take it like that. Looking at these paradigms and the way that these things are scaled and the hyperscalers launching products should be an example for many other industries to say, can we apply the same type of models? Can we, and that is very important. This collaboration and the competition, I would call it in a tech manner, enables the whole industry to go up. But it's up to the telco industry to take advantage of these new types of products and services. Now, Capgemini has a unique opportunity here because we bring together the IT world, the OT, the operational technology world, and the network world. And these are three elements, three big dimensions that are coming together to create digital transformation for the industries, but also for the telco. So Capgemini Engineering is a very important part of, which is one of the founding members and members of this great laboratory, together with Deutsche Telekom, Nokia, and all the other ecosystem members. And we work together to bring things together, right? So there are elements, of course, that are like the infrastructure, the transport, all that stuff is, of course, part of the CSP, the telecommunication service providers. What we do is we provide all the other, we of course provide L1, L2, L3 software and frameworks to accelerate this digital transformation. And then we provide, the orchestration, network functions, and radio analytics, radio intelligent controllers. And Shamik is here, and he will present later on a little bit about our offer in the overall architecture and the service that we can provide, and of course bringing it all together as a system integrator. So global managed services, end-to-end, right? We are a global organization taking over that. Orchestration, radio intelligent controllers, network analytics functions are areas that we have a stack. We have invested the ORAN stack. We are working in 5G labs. We have 5G labs across the world. We have in Asia, in Mumbai. We have in India overall the network labs, but also in Portugal, and we have a lab in Paris. So there is a lot of interoperability between the different labs to enable these ecosystems to work together. System integration, it's our core business, and it is really about the network now, right? About connectivity. How do we take advantage of the activities, of the skills and the technology of IT to bring that into the network, right? And global partnerships across OCloud, because we are founding members of all the different organizations like ORAN, TIP, etc. We are part of that. And partnerships for us is key, right? Nothing can be done alone. Sustainability is very important, right? I think that is an element of super importance. And we can see it from two ways, right? Capgemini wants to see the network being far more sustainable, and we're working on that. But also the use cases that we can do with 5G and these networks to make the use cases contribute to a net zero environment. And for us, energy savings, we have shown some incredible pioneering solutions using our network data analytics function with AI to manage energy. And how do we do that? We made a project which is called the Marconi project that was also in collaboration with Intel, which actually has the intelligence using AI machine learning to reduce the way that we use spectrum, right? So it's one of the industry first AI machine learning based RAN app to provide efficiency boost by 15% of the spectrum usage, right? So if we can do a certain amount of data transactions on a spectrum A, we can do that in reducing that by 15%. And that is a very important contribution that we can bring to the party, to this open RAN ecosystem, because one of the important, I would call it, opportunities, and also a nice scientific challenge for us, can we make these networks run in a much more economical manner than we have today, right? I mean, the energy bill is what, 30% of the OPEX of a network? We all run networks, right? 30% of the bill is around, is around the energy. So a lot of companies are doing, common operations between A company and B. When I was in E, we did it with 3 and E. We had a joint venture to run the sites, so that we can reduce that. But we were always trying to find ways as an ecosystem, how we're going to cut that bill. It's crazy, right? So that is one of the important things that we need to put in our equation here to say, can we do that? Can we define networks that are much more sustainable and use less energy, all right? Our Capgemini value proposition, I won't dwell too long. I will actually for the next 2 hours. I can be called after, but it's not here to do that. But, as a system integrator, it's from the early stages of planning. What is the business model? What is the business outcome we're trying to achieve? Working with partners around the Open RAN architectures, assembling all the different components from, best components in the market. The platforms, how do we integrate the cloud and mobile edge compute? The use cases, it could be use cases for the network itself and XApps, but it's also use cases that are related to the end outcome of industries, right? We bring it all together through our ecosystem orchestration, and then of course we can support it via the lab and then run it on 24/7. So that's the basic offer. And of course some credentials. We are a founding member, as I said, of TIP, ORAN, key integrator for ORAN, and then deep expertise on the RAN silicon. Capgemini Engineering has an outstanding reputation with 50 plus NEPs providing intellectual property across the big NEPs. And that is a huge, I would say, engineering expertise that enable us to have as a platform a springboard in order to be a really incredible, credible partner of the Open RAN community. Demonstrating also our sustainability with efficiencies and all that on the spectrum side. And I would call it delivering, being really focused in this Open RAN project. So with that, I just want to end here. And then I'll come back with the next 40 slides. Is that okay? Yeah. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. Thank you, Fotis. So
I hope I was okay in time.
No, it's okay. So it's all about ecosystems, and it's not anymore about one single brand.
Absolutely.
Different
Whatever is
brands.
achieved in this industry, it's when we stop thinking about our own personal brands and we start thinking about the outcome. When that outcome comes, everybody takes value from that, and our customers, of course, as well.
And a great reference is what we are doing here, right, in the i14y lab.
This is exactly what it is about. Yes, I'm so pleased. Thank you so much.
Thank you for this.
Thank you very much, guys. Thank you.
All right, very good. So what is coming next? So in a few minutes, Peter Little will join in the stage, and he will be talking about why is Open RAN all about. And we have, you can stay here and hopefully you will stay, but you can also check out what is happening in the 5G garage. So the topic will be broader ecosystem 5G Berlin. So in case you want to check, you can also attend this session. And also in the library, we will have also an interesting session talking about power savings and optimization in Open RAN networks. So it's up to you. Where would you like to stay and watch the next upcoming presentation? We will do a break, 5 minutes break now, and I hope that we will be on time to receive Peter Little on the stage. Thank you. Very good. As promised earlier, I have with me on the stage Peter Little. So he will give a very interesting presentation about what is Open RAN all about. And Peter, nice to have you here.
Thank you so much for the invite to this kind event. Thank you.
How do you feel? Energized?
So no, I feel really fantastic. So if I look around, I see a lot of known faces. So that makes me feeling good. I need to thank the guys there for the Pink Floyd music. That's also fantastic. I love that. So I just feel good.
Okay, very good. Peter, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So, yes, good morning again, and I'm really delighted to be here in this community. I think in the context of disaggregation and Open RAN, a community is very critical and important for the success on that journey. What I would like to do here today is to offer you a story through the eyes of the organization that has contributed to the start of the Open RAN journey. It is on that journey already since 2016, and to share with you really why we need it, and in that context also what challenges we see on that journey, and then also as being part of this fantastic community, why it is so important to have community like this here. So that's what I would like to do. And here, starting a little bit on the beginning of that journey that I mentioned to you, and this is coming from the point why we started it, why do we need it as an operator who is in the end deploying the technology. So first of all, those who are long in the industry, they remember that we had a great success with 2G, maybe less success with 3G, but in any case we put 3G on top of 2G, then we had a great success with 4G, so we put 4G on top of that. Now we are deploying 5G, and again we are putting it on top of the existing technology. So we were stacking technologies one on the other. So the technology itself and the implementation itself became more and more difficult, and it was then also leading to consolidation on the market, and it was less and less vendors and suppliers being able to provide a solution, being capable to offer the solution that we have required. And we came to an ecosystem challenge where only few suppliers globally were able to respond to our needs and to our requirements. And the other thing is that RAN is the most expensive part of the network, so it's due to its let's say how far it is spread. It's very distributed infrastructure. It is having a lot of regulation associated with that. It has a spectrum associated to this, so cost of spectrum, and because of that, also because of the large level of distribution, it is very, very hard to renew, to modernize, and flexibly introduce new capabilities. And then also from the innovation perspective, as mentioned, so as there are only few companies who are able to provide with the solutions, you are ending up with the low flexibility in the innovation context. How far you can also differentiate as an operator with the technology that you are deploying. So having all these forces in mind. That's what we started to think about really back 2016. How can we address that? So we came to a conclusion that disaggregation is the way to do it. And as you can see here, so when we speak about disaggregation in RAN, we think about four main components here. So one would be to make the big problem a number of smaller problems. So probably that would incentivize more specialized companies successful in other businesses now to enter this environment and offer solutions for the particular part of the solution. So really modularization and decomposing a big problem to smaller problems and reduce the barrier for the industry to enter. The other trend that happened to be very successful in other businesses, cloudification. So how can we also in RAN decouple hardware from the software, and this basically leading to having ability to adopt DevOps approach in software development, and the other development focused on the hardware, and ideally use commodity hardware that is used also in the other sectors, other businesses, and then take the opportunity of the economy of scale that, for example, data center business has already achieved. So when we modularize, as mentioned, so what needs to happen is to agree on interfaces in between the modules. So that's what we have proven also in the industry with 3GPP, that following a global standard and agreeing on the interfaces in between the network elements is the right way to achieve economy of scale. So the need to define open and well-defined interfaces that would allow easier interoperability. So that's what is a prerequisite, and that's what we started back in 2016 to focus on, and that's where we started XRAN Alliance together with our colleagues from AT&T, SKT, and Intel, and started as a small group focusing on open front haul as the first interface. Later on, this was merged with the effort of China Mobile that was focusing on virtualization of the radio baseband. And this gave birth to Oran Alliance in 2018. So again, starting a community that that has evolved to this point in time, where we have now over 340 companies who joined that community that is focusing on defining the architecture, so how new RAN architecture should look like, defining the interfaces, and also other communities emerged and joined the effort to develop open RAN-based solutions like a telecom infrastructure project. I will come to that a little bit later as well. But what became also obvious is that when we decompose, we are actually also creating further complexity from the perspective is how can we integrate back the solution. So for that, we very much support and invest into automation capabilities. So how do we automate all the repeatable tasks that are happening in the context of lifecycle management of all the components of the disaggregated system? So the automation is the key attribute that we see that needs to come together with the disaggregation. So we did it with the aim to ultimately achieve more diverse ecosystem, having faster time to market with the new innovative capabilities, and also in the midterm, we believe that this will lead in the overall TCO reduction, and that's how we think that the problem that I have outlined earlier can be solved. So here is a little bit to come back, because this is, I think, important in the context of our group here, of the community, is to look at also in what areas we are also engaged as operator community. So as mentioned, so when we disaggregate, we need well-defined interfaces and architecture. So that's where Oran Alliance is the main driving force currently. The other aspect of openness and disaggregation is open source. So here what we see is also a couple of great initiatives. So Oran Alliance has an open source project as well, with aim to bring functions that are defined in the architecture as an open source components. We have also ONF. ONF has done a great job in developing a controller. So in the Oran architecture context, the near real-time component, and we have done also a lot of progress here in Berlin together with that community. You may have seen the SD-RAN trial that was done here in Berlin. But there are also other, like open air interfaces. So what is the let's say effort or goal that we need to take is how to also make these efforts complementary, and making sure that there is as least competition as possible. Last area for this type of community is how do we align on testing and validation. So also Oran Alliance is defining test specifications as part of their interfaces specification, and this is very important. And the other community focusing in this area is TIP, and I think Dave will talk about this topic later on as well. But where I want to come to is that in the context of managing integration and testing complexity, the better we define the test cases and test criteria, the better we as a community can distribute the workload, can share the results between operators, so that companies entering the market and productizing the solution, they do not need to go to each and every operator lab and then do the same testing again and again and again. And that's what we have seen in the past, that was very difficult for smaller companies to work with the big operators like us, because you are ending up in trialing in all the labs, and it's not economically feasible usually for these type of companies. And as we want to welcome them, we need to make sure that we can make also their life easier and make sure that we drive this much more efficiently. So that's important component of the overall Open RAN development, and that's why also we are here in the context of i14y Lab. Now, to share a little bit, if this starts working, no. So to share a little bit how we think in DT is what to focus on, because if you look at an architecture, it has a number of functional components, many interfaces, and the question is what to start with, so that we can focus and make sure that we focus on manageable number of areas, and that we can finally deliver a working system. So from DT standpoint, what we focus on is open front haul interface. So that allows to decouple radio unit from the baseband unit, bring it eventually as a multi-vendor system. It has also a good split, because there was already ecosystem emerging very soon around radio units. It's also a little bit different discipline. It's more about analog and hardware discipline, specialized hardware discipline with filters, power amplifiers, and these type of components. While baseband is much more about software and compute. And that's the other focus area that we have, which is how to decompose on the baseband side software from hardware, and via virtualization enable new capabilities to be brought via software features, via software upgrades, and with that to increase the speed of innovation and bringing new capabilities into the network. And the third point that we focus on is how to manage all this infrastructure in a sustainable way, so that changing components in the architecture is not having significant impact on how the network is managed, or changing the whole management environment. So independent management framework is the third component that we focus on. But as mentioned, also this is not coming for free, and there are really a number of challenges that we need to address. So here you can see kind of clustered those that we are looking at. So one are related with a system integration problem that I mentioned. Here, the questions you are usually asking is that how much control you take versus the complexity that it generates, and that's why we are focusing on these three areas in the solution space. This is also influenced how market and also specifications are mature, because if the interface specifications are not mature enough, then you are ending up with a lot of proprietary extensions that you need to make in order to make the system working according to requirements you have. So you need to always assess market and specification maturity in deciding which way to go and what is still manageable cost for that. What is highly debated, of course, is performance and superiority, if you will. So for us, it is very important parameter. So we are always on our markets focusing on the highest user experience, highest network quality, and highest performance. So making sure that the systems we are deploying are compliant with these attributes. The other aspect that is not so much technical, but takes a lot of considerations and is also a challenge, is how do you structure the relationship with the ecosystem that you are deploying. So is it one contract? Is it number of contracts? So all these aspects are important, which brings us to the other area, which is the operating model. So what is changing for us as an operator as well, and this is a big shift, is what responsibility we as an organization are taking in this ecosystem. So as mentioned, so the traditional approach and for what the organizations are tuned and the processes are tuned is that you get an end-to-end integrated system from a supplier, and you focus on efficient integration into the IT BSS environment, into the network infrastructure that you have there. But now you are coming with the solution that still needs to be integrated at your environment to a certain extent. So how to take more responsibility? This is another challenge that we need to focus on, and that's related to really what are the roles of subsystem providers, what are the roles of potential integrators, what are the roles of an operator ultimately. So this needs to be well defined, and what is the winning strategy? That's something that we will see over time. The other area that is related to it is when there is a responsibility shift and you take some of the tasks that traditionally suppliers were having. So do you have the right skills in the organization? And when we go into the environment of virtualization, so there comes a lot of IT skills, which has also specifics, because run as a workload on top of cloudified infrastructure has a lot of specifics, performance related, which is real-time aspects. The other aspect is that if you cloudify it, you suddenly have so much distributed cloud environment. So what industry knows very well how to do is to cloudify big workloads centralized, but what we have here is largely decentralized environment that needs to be managed. And what are the skills that are needed for that? And again, coming to the point already earlier, so this kind of challenge and complexity can be managed only with a high degree of automation and tools that are required for that. So coming from all of that, let me share with you a little bit also how DT journey looked like and what we have done already. So you may have heard about the Oran town that we have deployed north from Berlin here in Neubrandenburg, and there really how to gain experience to operate and deploy such type of environment. We have been investing an effort into own development of SMO and management framework. We are doing it based on ONUP, so really taking a lot of portion of the open source code and complementing it with our own effort and innovation, and that's what we also used in the Oran town. The other dimension of our journey is the ecosystem. That's why we are here also from the community perspective in the ecosystem. So how can we align also not only technical requirements, but requirements amongst operators? So how can we simplify the solution design, an engineering problem to vendors, and how we can help to reduce integration and testing activities. So that's what we as DT focus on a lot. Skills development, I mentioned, that's where we invest because a new type of skills are required. And then defining how we will operate that type of solution. So that's another question that we invest a lot. And then last but not least, also to look at what solutions are available for which type of functions that we plan to use. So here I'm putting this to also show the dimensions that if you are really committed to deploy, which is the case on the T side, where it is required to invest, and that's part of our journey as well. So I think that's it. That's what I wanted to share from DT perspective. Thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of the event.
Thank you. Thank you, Peter, for the great insights. I think that you mentioned, that these challenges can only be worked in a community, and this community, needs to be committed, right? So I think it's an important message to all of you.
That's
today.
the main message here for today.
Absolutely.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we will do now a short break of 5 minutes, but before I let you go, let me just give you a few remarks. So in this stage, we will be welcoming David Hunton from TIP, and he will be talking about TIP release plans and testing. Don't forget that there are other 2 locations. So on the 5G garage, you will be able to watch. Don't worry about Ordnance security. Etsy has other headaches, also a very interesting talk. And then in the library, Yanni will be talking about Run Intelligent Controller for near real-time case users. There is also an important remark that I would like to share with you. So we have guided tours. So the team has extensively prepared some guided tours, very interesting points. You can meet the team that will guide you also in the area of the marketplace just behind you. Feel free also to join in one of these guided tours because it is really interesting and has a lot of information for you about what we are doing here. And last but not least, I need to make an announcement and a warning that a gentleman named Nicholas Hancock lost the passport. I have the passport here with me. Okay, got you. You will be traveling, sir. Back. Very good. 5 minutes, we will be here. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. So, with no further delay, so we have an interesting speech coming up from TIP, David Hunton, and he will talk about how open communities accelerate disaggregation and the growth of open source hardware designs. So I told you already that, actually this will be the next talk. We will be talking actually now about TIP release plans and testing. That would be the one. I was already, yes, exactly. No, I prefer that you do this one first. All right, very good. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a welcome applause to David Hunton from TIP. All right.
Thank you very much.
So, David, thanks for coming. Thanks for joining. How are you doing, sir, today?
I'm really well. It's great to be here face to face. This is only about my 2nd or 3rd face to face since we're allowed to travel again. So it's really good to get everybody together and see some friendly faces and some maybe not so friendly ones as well. But that's fine.
Very good. And then you had a moderator that even wanted you to speak about something else, right?
Well, I can speak on many different topics.
I know, David, that's why you are here. Very good. So, David, I think you are bringing a very interesting topic today and very relevant also from the activities that we are developing here in the i14y lab. So, over to you, and in the next minutes we'll be hearing you about the release plans and testing from TIP. Very good. Thank you. Over to you. The floor is yours.
So, first of all, they said, come to Berlin. It's beautiful weather, it's hot and sunny. You live in England where it's raining, come over to Berlin. So unfortunately, you can blame me for the weather. I must have brought it over with me. So the discussion we're talking about today, and I think it's really relevant to where we are with i14y, is the community approach to telecoms and the move over to open and disaggregated network infrastructure. So TIP has a role to play in this, and I just want to give a little bit of background as to what the Telecom Infra project actually is. It was founded in 2016, so 5-6 years ago. Still a relatively young organization, right? And we have a number of very diverse companies and participants, and we'll talk about that a little bit later, that are really focusing on how we get open and disaggregated network solutions into the market, how we can accelerate that, build confidence in the fact that these open and disaggregated solutions can actually work and satisfy what operators need and what the end consumers are expecting from network connectivity as well. So I know that most of you will understand what open and disaggregated networks are, but I think that there are some people maybe in the audience who are not maybe technically savvy, so we'll give a little bit of an overview of how we particularly see the world today. And this is mainly applying to the Open RAN scenario, but if you think about how it could apply to fixed broadband access and open optical and packet transport, the same methodology applies. Current way on the left-hand side is that there'll be a single vendor approach providing a hardware and software solution that's very tightly integrated. And in a system like the RAN, you generally make sure that you have a single vendor approach to support most of your RAN. And in countries the size of Germany, you may want to split that and have a couple of RAN vendors, and they generally do that geographically. So maybe one vendor in the north and one in the south, because the issues with integration and interoperability between different vendors' RAN solutions today is maybe not as optimized as it could be. So what we want to move to is move towards the right-hand side, whereby we have a real multi-vendor approach and an open and disaggregated approach. And I think the great work that O-RAN Alliance are doing in terms of looking at those open interfaces and making sure that they're defined, looking at new architectures, is part of that approach on the horizontal layer. What we want to do as well is make sure that we can disaggregate the product solution and the hardware and software components themselves. And there are specific reasons for doing that. If you look to disaggregating the hardware and the software, you can move a lot of that complexity into the software layer. So you're driving down costs and you're using COTS hardware, right? You're pushing all the complexity up into the software layer, but software design cycles are a lot quicker than they are when you have to bind them together with a hardware and a physical deployment as well. And also by separating those out, what you're doing is allowing new players to come into the telecoms infrastructure and provide solutions, because now I'm a software player, I don't need to provide the hardware solution as well, and now I can get into the telecoms infrastructure model. And what that means is that we can start to build a healthier vendor ecosystem and a more sustainable supply chain. And also means that we're opening the door to new levels of innovation, because we're having new players coming in and developing software a lot more rapidly, and there's a lot more choice for the operators to go out there and select different solutions from as well. Also means that they're interchangeable, right? So if you need to deploy a network today, I think our chairman, Iago Tenorio from Vodafone, is saying, I want this to be the last time I'm deploying a physical RAN network. Because then what you can do is remotely upgrade the software components, or you can interchange them with the different vendors' level of software and have the same hardware to provide the solution. And that saves on cost of deployment as well. So that helps to improve network economics, not just for the TCO, but in terms of how you're deploying your networks for the future as well. But TIP is it's a different type of community that hasn't really existed before. we're not the industry standards body, right? We work very closely with those bodies, very closely with 3GPP, very closely with ORAN Alliance and others on there as well. You know, the open standards are essential for what we need to achieve in terms of interoperable solutions. And we work very closely with CTIA and GSMA to make sure that we're reflecting the market demand for what operators are requiring for deployments within their networks as well. And also, we're not really an open source organization ourselves. We do have some open source software projects, but primarily we'll work closely with other organizations like Linux Foundation, OCP, etc., who are developing those open source solutions and bring those into the productization process that we have. TIP is really focusing on how do I build a product that satisfies market solutions, and how do I put together a framework where I can build confidence that the solution works so I can scale the technology itself and build confidence that the operators can deploy this commercially at scale as well. That's where we come into play. And we have a various different group of membership from service providers, from technology partners as well, to system integrators that we've talked about before. Because frankly, if you want to disaggregate a network when you deploy it, you do have to re-aggregate it and make it work together as well. And other types of connectivity stakeholders. These are the people who will be using the connectivity solutions, from municipalities to enterprises. You know, we talked about Industry 4.0, and now it's not just telco, it's telco is everything as well on top of that. So we need to make sure that we're satisfying all of their market requirements as well. But how do we actually do that within the Telecom Infra project? Well, this is kind of like a high-level view of our process. So the beginning of this is that, well, as I say, we're not the standards body, but we'll wait for the standards to be complete. Then we'll go out into the market and say, operators and connectivity stakeholders, what are your requirements? What are your priority requirements, your deployment scenarios that you want to put into market now? And with that, what do you require the products to support? Now, you would generally think that, well, we want everything that's in the standards and more. But you know, having come from a standards background, I think a number of people in the room have as well, we would know that not everything that goes into a specification is actually required by a market product or a deployment scenario. So it's always a worthwhile exercise going through them, profiling down, and having a realistic view from the operators to say, this is what we need. And we'll generate that wish list. And what we'll go and do is, because we're working with a new set of vendors, maybe new entrants, maybe companies that aren't so large, companies that aren't on the procurement list of operators. So we'll go with that information and say, this is what the operators want. What can you support? What does your product support now? What does it support in 6 months, 12 months, 18 months' time? Because, people talk about feature-level parity. You've got to give these entrants a platform in order to accelerate their development in line with what the operators in the market demands. So you first of all have to inform them what the market demands so that they can adjust their own R&D cycles. We aggregate that information together with what the operators want and what can be supported in the various time periods, and that's how we develop our roadmap and our release plan strategy. So in a certain amount of time, we can say this feature is going to be deployed by the vast majority of vendors, and this feature is going to be deployed in the next 6 months, 12 months. And that really helps to set the operator expectations of what the open and disaggregated technology can actually provide. It's very interesting, over the last, I guess, 4 or 5 years, we've had lots of trials, lots of proof of concepts, but no structured framework behind that to think about how can we scale this into making the whole technology a success. So you've got to build a framework around that, and that's where the community really comes in to play and drive that work forward. But we're not just a paper exercise. I think, as Petter Ledel says, test and validation is key to what we need to do with open and disaggregated networks. So we do product level testing to verify that the products do what they say, and we do what we call blueprints as well. So a blueprint definition is a fair reflection of what an operator would like for a particular deployment scenario. An example of that would be indoor small cell. What does the architecture need to support? what are the features that need to support, what are the spectrum that needs to be supported on there, the power requirements, etc., etc. And we profile that out as well. And that's very different to what you would say I need to support in an outdoor macro 5G rural scenario. The feature set is very different, the architecture is slightly different as well, even though it's all Open RAN. So it's for fair reflection of what the operator priorities are and what they want to deploy. And you can call that a reference implementation if you like as well. But the blueprint that we have and what we test against makes sure that it's what the operator needs and what they put in terms of the original use cases and requirements at the beginning of the process. So there's a distinct link between the start and the end of what we're trying to achieve. And how do we show this? Right? We want these blueprints not just to be built for a single operator, we want this to be the global reference implementation. Now, there may be certain tweaks that you need for different operators in different regions. We're never going to get a 100% product level requirements that everybody needs to support, or 100%, this is the reference implementation that every single operator must deploy. But if we can get 80% of that and set a common baseline, then that's 80% of centralizing that level of functionality for procurement, for centralizing that functionality in terms of testing as well, and centralizing that level of functionality in terms of making sure your system integrators can actually deploy and scale that as well. And that's really important. So we have a test and validation strategy that allows us to give badges and promote them on our online marketplace called Tip Exchange to show the level of product maturity and blueprint maturity towards a commercial grade solution, which ultimately will be our gold badge. Now, we don't just do this on the Open RAN layer. Within TIP, we're doing this across the network as well. So we have many different groups, one focusing on Open Wi-Fi, which is looking at SDKs for cloud controllers, and also open source code for access points. We have a fixed broadband working group that's looking at open broadband network gateways. We have non-terrestrial, which is looking at LEOs and HAPS platforms as well. One of our most successful groups is open optical and packet transport. It's great if you develop all these new access technologies like 5G, Wi-Fi 6, Wi-Fi 6E and beyond. But if you're not upgrading your transmission network to be able to support that, then it doesn't matter what you really put on the access. You have to have a very fast transport network as well. And open core networks, based on a service-based architecture as has been standardized. But this is also going to be looking more of a platform-based approach and a service-driven approach. What services do I want to deploy on my network? What does the cloud infrastructure underneath therefore need to support? Where does it need to support it? Is the solution an on-premise solution? Is it on the edge? Is it in the data center? Does it use a public cloud model, a private cloud model, a hybrid model? All of these questions should really be driven and have templatized and blueprints for people to deploy from operators to enterprises to municipalities. And that's what we're here for. But ultimately, you know, Open RAN is the big ticket item. Can we move to the next slide, please? Yeah. Yes. So, and this just goes to show the scale of Open RAN trials and deployments. Now, this was back in what we had as our TIP insights at the end of last year. So there are much more green on this chart now and more operator names on there than there were towards the end of last year. But it just goes to show the scale of what we're trying to do here. And I often hear from friendly analysts that, well, Open RAN is very much a European-centric driven approach. But if you look at this, well, I think, you know, across all the different regions, from North America to LATAM, in Africa, in Asia-Pacific region, it is having a much larger impact from there. In fact, you would have seen around Mobile World Congress time that there was a statement being released from the Middle East operators who have also gotten together in a consortia and working with TIP in order to investigate building a community lab in the Middle East to promote Open RAN technology as well. And it's really vital in this approach. Sorry, can you move to the next slide, please? It's really vital in this approach, our network of community labs. This is the place where we go and do our testing and validation. And again, a lot of this is driven by and supported by Tier 1 operators, and that's a great model. But there are other various different models that we have here, from support of companies like Cable Labs in the US, companies like PUCP in Peru, which is a university, the same with Telkomsel and Telkom University in Indonesia. And again, it is quite global. One area that is probably missing here is Australia, so I probably need to jump on a plane and do some level of investigation over there. I'll wait until it's the summer though. But don't take my word from it how important the community lab experience is. I think, if we can move to the next slide, let's hear from the people who are actually working within these community lab experiences.
TIP Community Lab was originally created to become an open environment for people to come together and accelerate innovation. With this open collaboration model, even smaller companies can come to one location, do their testing, and collaborate with the operators, and the results and solution can be exposed to all the members of the community.
For the whole TIP experience, labs are of course essential. Essential in a way because TIP work doesn't stop with paperwork and specification. It's about hands-on work and it's about proving solutions and proving implementations.
Sim, o ambiente do Lab é uma estrutura bastante rica de vários parceiros. Então a gente tem tecnologias providas de vários fornecedores e isso faz com que seja um ambiente bastante rico e bastante diverso.
To achieve the goals of this rapid development, we really do need to have all of these partners physically together, and that's where the TIP Community Labs have been very useful.
With our kind of experience, having looked at the networks for the last 25 years, we can bring in a tremendous value to a lot of these partners.
We share a similar test plan, we share similar test resources, we share successes and we share failures.
The TIP lab provides an environment so that different vendors come together to make a complete solution, and that could be essentially get your time to market real faster.
Having all the same view on an open ecosystem and really working on changing the way we work, that is what excites me most.
Great, thank you. See, Joachim and Katja, I told you I'd make you famous again. So you might have seen some other friendly faces in there, but it goes to show the value of the community labs is really important, and that community-based approach is very different from how we've been doing testing and validation in the past. It's always been the case, and I've worked for both operators and vendors in the past, of bilateral testing. It's bilateral procurement, bilateral testing, and normally bilateral deployment scenarios as well. In a disaggregated approach, that methodology cannot work. So people often ask me, what are the biggest challenges if we're moving to Open RAN or any other open and disaggregated network technology? I don't actually think it's the technology itself. I mean, system integration is a challenge, but it's overcomable. It's a change of mindset, I think, for people to understand that procurement can change and be simplified and optimized. Testing and validation needs to be simplified and optimized, and also everybody coming together to talk about common sets of requirements that they need for their products needs to be simplified and optimized as well. And if we can achieve that, then we can certainly achieve the acceleration towards what we need to work towards. This one doesn't seem to work either. Here we go, right. So I want to give a couple examples. I know I've probably got about 5 minutes left. A couple examples of how the TIP community labs are working in other different types of regions. So in Indonesia, we have a TIP community lab in Telkom University. And this has been supported by the Indonesian government, by the local operator community, and also from a growing vendor community as well. So Telkomsel is the biggest operator within Indonesia, and they have provided a large grant to create a community lab environment within Telkom University, which is actually a university experience there. The government have supported this by building a framework of Open RAN around this for deployment, and they have a 5-year plan of delivery in order to help to promote Open RAN technology all the way through to looking at upskilling the level of knowledge of how open and disaggregated networks work. And TIP has been heavily involved in that with what we call TIP Academy, which is a program of work in order to provide an education and capacity building for support of open and disaggregated technology. My colleague John Pudney is going to be giving a discussion on that in the space in the library in a few moments, so don't miss that. But this just goes to show that there can be a programmatic approach, not just for testing the technology, but for bringing the whole ecosystem together as a community and doing a bit of education around this as well, for university students, for engineers, for policymakers and governments as well. In a similar fashion, there's Inatel within Brazil, and this is a different type of community lab experience. What they're really focusing on is what they call open field. And this is making sure that the products that they have and the solutions that they put together are tested in a field experience. So they're building a network environment that should reflect the commercial properties of what needs to be tested in order to deploy the networks and lift and shift that and put that into commercial deployments. So there are many different environments and many different ways that we can develop community labs and work together as a community to drive test and validation through to commercialization. And we have some lessons learned here. So driving productization is key. The level of maturity is increasing. There's still work to do, but that's why we're all here, because we all feel passionate about driving open and disaggregated network technology together. AI and ML is going to play an important role for Open RAN. I think we saw that from the presentation from Fotis. The radio interface controller, RAN interface controller, the RIC, is a primary and really exciting part of driving that work forward. Labs can adopt a various different range of business models and formats for delivery, depending what is required within the region or the environment itself. And policymakers can play a role in supporting that as well and bringing the ecosystem together within different countries and different regions. And the last part here is really sharing all of this information is key to make Open RAN and open solutions working. And that's where the community approach comes in as well. What we want to see, I think, and this was referred to by Peter Ledl from Deutsche Telekom and ORAN, is we want to have a test once, deploy many scenario. And that's what the community is set up to do within the community labs and sharing that information on a wider scope so that the next person who comes along and wants to do similar types of testing already understands what the challenges are, how to solve them, and how to move things forward in a faster fashion. And I think that that is why it's really important that we're all here today. I think i14y is another prime example of bringing together a community of operators or vendors, of system integrators, supported by the ministry to help to drive solutions going forward. So I think it's really exciting to be here. And with that, I will say thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, David. Indeed, we didn't have doubts, but you know, the exercise that you are doing in TIP is definitely not theoretical. So it was very nice to have you here, and thanks also for complementing so well the message previously from Peter, you know, working in communities and working together, you know, to overcome these challenges. And I think you are doing great, and you are one of our supporters, so keep going, and we expect also to continue this great collaboration. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Thank you so much, David. Warm applause for David. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we will do also a short break now, but before we go for the 5 minutes break, also some remarks. So the next upcoming speech that we will have at this stage, and actually I was trying to sell your speech to David earlier. Sorry, Steve. I hope you forgive me. So we will have Steve Olvey here in this stage talking about how open communities accelerate disaggregation and the growth of open source hardware designs. In the 5G Garage, you can also watch to a very interesting presentation about disaggregation and digital twinning. And over there, and as David was already mentioning, so we will have also an interesting pitch about 5 reasons why European operators sign the MOU on Open RAN. This will be taking place in the library, and a guided tour is starting now. So if you want to join the next guided tour, you can also go to that meeting point, and someone will grab you through the tour. Very good. 5 minutes. We will come back here. Thank you. All right, very good, and we are back for the next presentation. So as I promised you, so we will have a very interesting talk about how open communities accelerate disaggregation and the growth of the open source hardware designs. And help me to welcome to the stage Stevie Olvey. Thank you. Thank you, Steve. How are you today?
Very good.
Yes?
Yeah. Great to be here. Thank you all.
Nice to have you also here. So what are your first impressions from the summit?
First impressions, it's good to see everyone. And I think the momentum and the interest and the passion around finding out more about disaggregation. And I can't wait to see the lab. That's the next on my agenda is the tour.
Indeed. Don't forget to join
Yes.
the next tour. Okay, very good. Steve, over to you. The floor is yours.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So my appreciation to everyone at DT and the i14 lab, Dr. Choi, Andreas, Katja, Nico, Juliana. I'm sure I'm missing a bunch of people, but all the organization putting this on really appreciates the hand-holding getting us to this point. My name is Steve Helvey. I'm part of the team at the Open Compute Project Foundation. This session is about open hardware. And on this early summer day, I'm going to start off by talking about skating rinks, or at least an economist's view of what a skating rink represents and how it applies to maybe some concepts at i14. So instead of knowing and thinking about what you already know about a skating rink, the economist tells you to imagine you've never seen one or heard of one before. And so your friend comes to you with this idea and it says, look, I have this lake in front of my house. And in the wintertime, I'm going to put a rope around part of it. And I'm going to invite some people down. They're going to put on these fancy shoes, and they're going to skate around a circle, and they're going to pay me for it. I'm going to make a lot of money. And so you start to think about this, and you go, wow, just imagine if there's 100 people out here skating. It's going to be crazy. And the guy goes, I'm not going to check to see if you're certified to skate. I'm not going to check to make sure you're wearing the right brand of jacket to skate. Old people are going to skate with young, fast and slow, and they're all going to do it together. And you're thinking, if there's 100 people out here, every skater is going to have to map out their path. It's going to be chaos. There's going to be collisions. There's going to be injuries. But when you put on your skates and you go out there, you're not worried about the other 99 skaters on the ice. You're worried about those people around you and how you mesh around your local environment. And it's what the economists call a coincidence of interest. I don't want to run into you. You don't want to run into me. We're making spontaneous, quick decisions to move around. The decision-making process in that scenario is decentralized. But let's say your friend gets other advice from other people. And they go, no, no, no. What you want is you want to go out and you want to hire the best civil engineer and you want to hire the best project management team and you want to put one guy right in the middle with a bullhorn. And then that way he can tell this person, hey, you slow down, you speed up, you get over to the side, you're too old, you get off the ice. And that works if you only have 3 or 4 people on the ice. But when you get up to 100 or so, it becomes overwhelming. And the reason is, this economist explains, is because that guy in the middle, The centralized decision-making does not know what's happening at the local level, the individual skater. Maybe this skater doesn't handle corners very well. Maybe this skater doesn't like to go very fast and loses its balance. So what happens in this scenario, in this centralized model, is in order to handle a big complex environment, is he says, let's slow everybody down so I can control the 100 skaters out there. This ultimate concept causes people to get bored and then move and start their own skating rink where people can move spontaneously. The main concept the economist portrays around the skating rink is this idea of spontaneous order. And to me, this really exemplifies a lot around open source communities. In this case of technology, we have this spontaneous order that happens in open source communities. Even the way that innovation works, you have technology, consider these technologists over here, the vendors making technology, they're skaters. You have users, they're skaters. But in the middle, you have these OEMs, these guys that say, I'm not going to deal with everything, I'm just going to make one product and serve the broadest market. And I'm going to control everything. I'm going to control what software you use, I'm going to control what management tools you use, I'm going to control what's in that box, and that's what you get. But in an open, disaggregated model, you have skaters on both sides meshing with each other, a coincidence of interest happening. I'm not bumping into you, you're not bumping into me, but we're all moving forward at a decent pace. The way this translates into open source hardware is commodity hardware, generic white box hardware from an ODM, open sourced, gives you the Open Compute Project Foundation, or OCP. And this is a group of companies that are coming together that are open sourcing their hardware designs through specifications and design files, because companies like to mitigate their risk on the supply chain. So they typically like to have just a few suppliers working off of one specification. And that's what's happening within Open Compute. You have people that are releasing basic similar specs, producing similar hardware. Right now, we're a little over 250 companies, 8,000 hardware engineers working across 30 different projects in the data center. That's telco, that's edge, it's data center, it's compute, storage, networking, even advanced cooling. As rack densities get hotter, as they get more dense, air-cooled facilities are not going to handle it anymore. So what's going to happen at the facility level? Immersion, cold plates, even the edge scenarios. Are the facilities ready to handle it? Most of the data centers in the world now are not ready to handle both a combination of air-cooled and liquid-cooled technology. So the ones that are being built now, when I speak with them, I'm saying, what are your plans to accommodate both air and liquid-cooled facilities? And these are the types of things that the Open Compute Project's working on. There are 4 key tenets that embody everything that we do around here. It's efficiency, growth, scale, and openness. So when a member approaches us with a potential contribution, much the same way that DT has in the past, and Nokia, is they have to meet certain requirements within that project around these 4 metrics, and then they're submitted within the foundation. How are we supporting the i14 lab? And this is where it gets really exciting, is we have members within the community that are driving open source hardware that are providing it here in the lab. You can certainly see the Nokia OpenEdge server in their booth and their demo unit over here. And then we have something based off of a very similar spec, pretty much the same spec from a different supplier, WeWin. And I want to introduce William, from WeWin. WeWin is one of our top contributing members with Open Compute, been a fantastic member in contributing both compute, storage, and a long time member within Open Compute. Eufy Space and EdgeCore driving the networking devices. Everything from core aggregation routers, disaggregated cell sites, all open source specs. So you can go onto our site, you can download the specs, you can see what's underneath the hood of that box. So I thought it'd be better to not necessarily hear from me, but to hear from one of our members that's really driving the open networking conversation around the region. And that is from Lucas Lukowski, who's from Stortus. With his many titles, he's also the European Community Lead, Volunteer Lead for OCP. And Stortus is well represented here in Germany, and Valdemar over here is the CEO of Stortus. So it's really great to have all the OCP community members here as well. So Lucas, welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you, everyone.
Great. And I thought it'd be good for you to kind of, since you're out there every day speaking with companies about disaggregation, what is the state of disaggregation in the market as you see it?
So, maybe short story about myself. So I had a pleasure to be on the both sides. First of all, today we are locally. The company Stortus, the headquarters is just in Stuttgart. We have also offices in Poland and in UK. But I had a pleasure to also working on the other side of that disaggregation, more sticky to the hardware. So had a pleasure to be more than 6 years working at the edge core networks. So with those all connections to that ODM, taking a look on those old skiers, now we are, let's say, trying to help aggregate that disaggregation and add all the missing gaps which we saw, those all challenges which our customers been facing. Yeah. So if you are asking what is happening, I would say a lot. There is a huge hardware evolution. I remember when we've been starting with the first designs, like SASA gateways. Today, disaggregation on the telco space is on the SASA gateways. We can find a disaggregated aggregator routers and the core routers. It's unbelievable. Speed is going outstanding, yeah? We have Ramon with 400G and the new Ramon second with the 800G just on the corner, yeah? I remember when we've been working on transport, maybe some of you are familiar with the coherent technology and what we did also with Facebook support. So they have like a design called Voyager. We've been working on the Cassini. So coherent technology combined with the switches. Today, OpenZR Plus is just built in even into the SASA gateway. So yes, a lot is happening.
So what about the supply chain that is impacting everyone? How is that impacting people wanting to do disaggregation compared to, say, other vendors maybe having locked up certain supply chains?
Very good question. So first of all, when you are working with those mentioned guys like an EdgeCore, UFI, you are working with the real hardware manufacturer. So, the supply chain is relatively short. Simply, of course, there are key components providers like a Broadcom, Intel, but then those guys, when they are saying that they are designing and manufacturing, they are really doing that. They are designing and manufacturing that hardware. So, of course, there are some challenges in the supply chain worldwide, but I can tell you that based on our needs, all the projects which we are running locally here in Europe, also in the Middle East, it's still doable to manage. How we are managing that? Primarily, basically, we are working very tight with our partners, very tight with the manufacturers, like mentioned at EdgeCore UFI, and simply we are forecasting even today to secure our needs for the Q1, Q2, even next year. And okay, we had some slowdown on the beginning, but I would say that basically it's everything under control. So even such as really high, hard to get design like a Tofino 2, fully 400G. If someone would like to put their hands on the P4, play on the latest Tofino 2, we have like 50 units on the way for the worldwide try. So it's doable.
So there's supply out there. One other question is when I speak with companies, a lot of them say, look, I only have a certain number of people, and they're already trained on traditional OEM style hardware. How would you encourage people to either train their team or to move over this with a limited team?
That is, let's say, a challenge which we have basically every day. So we've been trying to go in front of those challenges. We've been designing some kind of like a started packages where, for example, you are new into disaggregation. You don't know exactly what is ONI, Open Network Installer. You would like to just put the hands on. Our team is here to help you. Yeah? So we have a special, let's say, training packages and even more. Going to the education, and that was already discussed a few times today, We even created another company called Route to Open when we are providing courses. So what is open networking, what is disaggregation, the difference between bare metal, white box, bright box, and so on, but then also going to, I don't know, any specific software. There is a lot on the market with the Sonic. Sonic maybe is not ready today for the telco, not yet, but courses, education, okay, you can learn something from the GitHub, but it's not enough. So we are also here to support that kind of the challenges.
So training piece, helping people move over. As people start to move over, are the benefits that you're seeing from customers really around CapEx and OpEx? And is that the primary reason people are moving, or is it this agile flexibility piece? And if you are seeing OpEx and CapEx savings, what are some of the numbers?
So, you know, disaggregation is not only about the savings, yeah? It is about that freedom. I know that it sounds a little bit marketing-like, yeah? But yes, obviously, you will see those savings on the hardware, on your operation. But first of all, this is a freedom, yeah? I will give you an example with even Cumulus Network. Maybe someone is still remember, they've been acquired lately by Mellanox, NVIDIA. Someone was going there, maybe is right now a little bit disappointed by the company strategy, but this is not end of the world. You have a hardware based on the ONI. You can change the software. It's always a challenge, but it's doable. So this is a really freedom. A lot of people are also a little bit afraid of the network and disaggregation because of that enterprise, let's say, grade services, SLA, yeah? So unfortunately, those mentioned vendors not always are capable to provide you, I don't know, next business day hardware replacement and so on. So again, we are here, we are locally, we can do that for you. Even in Germany, for more project-based, we are providing like a 4-hour reaction time, 24/7. So there is always a field.
Training's covered. Last question. How do you envision the importance of open communities in the acceleration of your specific business compared to just going out and doing it alone?
Come on, we are all together, yeah? This is a community, this is an open community, and you know, not only what we are doing together under the OCP, but what we all are doing under the OCP, ONFT, is just unbelievable. This is the, let's say, only way, and come on, when I am right now here, after almost 2 years break, but by the way, I had a challenge, I had a pleasure to be in Dresden on the 5G event last month, so that was also great, first time. I see all the same faces. We are here all together. The world is small. Whatever, if you base as myself in Poland, or William, partly Taiwan, partly Netherlands, come on, that is driving the changes.
It's great. Thank you, Lucas. I appreciate you sharing your insight. So I think the overarching point is within open communities, specifically OCP, you have this spontaneous order that's happening. And we have open source hardware that we're supporting the lab. And I encourage you to take a look at some of this commodity style open source hardware, either through William or on the networking side through Lucas, and ask them what makes it different than a traditional OEM style box. And with that, I'm going to be able to finish a bit early and hopefully get us back on track just a little bit. So thank you all very much for the time.
Very good. Thank you, Steve. It was really a very interesting, enthusiastic presentation. Thanks for sharing with us.
Yeah, sure.
All right, very good. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we will do a short break now, 5 minutes as usual, but just a few remarks before we go for the break. So we will have in the stage, so that will be the last presentation of the morning here in this stage, the one that we will be having in few minutes. And the topic is how i14y Lab is meant to support various tests types. And I will be welcoming 2 gentlemen into the stage. But also, as a reminder, there are different also events happening or different talks and presentations happening in the other 2 places. So 5G Garage, you can actually attend a very interesting talk about automated network configuration if you want to join. And also in the library up to the stairs. So there's this TIP Academy presentation and talk. And you can also grab a guided tour that will be starting in a few minutes. So feel free to, be here, but also at the same time explore the other locations and the other topics. But we will meet in 5 minutes here. Okay? Very good. All right, very good. So I think that slowly we can start. And the next talk is actually about how i14y Lab is meant to support the various test types, scenarios, and activities. So it will be very interesting, in my opinion, to understand further. So you will have the possibility to double-click and really understand what we are doing here. And with no further delays, let me welcome Karsten Rosenfeld to the stage. Welcome, Karsten.
Thank you.
Representing ENTC. Sorry if I didn't pronounce correctly your last name. My German is not so good.
It's even difficult for Germans.
Very good. All right. So, Karsten, what is your feeling about the overall event?
It's
so
exciting.
Far?
It's exciting to be here. I think it's exciting to have this official launch. I'm a little anxious about next year's event or whenever it will happen next time, because then we will have to present hard results. Yeah. But for now, it's great. And I think I really like the mood to start something outstanding.
Let's seize the moment today, right?
Absolutely.
Indeed, and I can understand that you'll be anxious also for the upcoming event, right, where you need really to deliver and to showcase.
Yeah, I will talk about the showcase and the Plugfest coming up.
Very good. So you are one of the leaders of one of these work packages, right?
Right. So our project has a couple of different sub-projects, and we are leading together with Ranganai, who's also co-presenting. We are leading the work package sub-project 3, which is all about interop testing, performance testing, end-to-end architectures, test automation. So the core of the project, I would say.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you so much. So later you will give the word to Ranganai. Ranganai from Capgemini will join also the stage. But hey, the floor is yours. And thanks for coming and thanks for your presentation.
Thank you so much, Katarina.
The floor is yours. Thank you.
Okay, so yeah, my name is Karsten Rosenhövel. I'm working for EANTC, the European Advanced Networking Test Center. We're one of the partners in the joint research project. And I'm going to talk a little bit about the different types of testing that we plan to do. So everybody in ORAN is testing these days. So the question is, what is the differentiator? What do we try? What do we aim to do differently and better than and more suitable for the industry's needs? So let's start with the technology coverage. ORAN testing has many different facets. It starts actually not with the services or the infrastructure, it starts already with the platforms. The idea is to run ORAN on common off-the-shelf hardware, on COTS hardware, on containerized or hypervisor platforms. This is an aspect that needs to be tested first. Then the next layer on top, of course, is the core of our activity, testing the different disaggregated types of solutions, the ODUs, ORUs, OCUs, the rigs, the integrated controllers, and validating them for interoperability. But usually, very early in the industry, there are a lot of POCs going on. So every vendor tries to show to their customers, to the service providers, what they can do. And these POCs are usually very much focused on functionality. They're focused on showing that the solution is already existing. But they're not necessarily realistic for production deployments, obviously. So our job here at the i14y Lab is to do all of these tests at a broader scope for the first point, to really make sure that we mix and match, as the theme of this event, we mix and match all of the solutions in the market, as many as we can get hold of. And second, our goal is to close the gap to production, to really test realistic scenarios, to challenge the solutions in a friendly way together with the vendors. We are not part of any purchasing chain. We're not part of a procurement group, so we can be a little more open with the vendors. It's not such a stressful environment. We are, happily testing things that might be a little challenging in performance, in availability, reliability, security, and all of these things are aspects that we're going to tackle in this project in the next time. So before I forget to finish this slide, of course, there are also applications that need to be tested eventually. So there are vertical applications for different types of industries which have different requirements. And there are also the so-called X apps and R apps, which are applications sitting inside the integrated controllers, the RIC, aiming to optimize the network, for example, for traffic steering, for energy efficiency, and so on. So, of course, we can't boil the ocean at one time. Currently, we're at the start of this project. For the next 2.5 years, we'll be working together in this consortium, and we will gradually expand the scope of the tests. We are going to run the next Plugfest in Q3. In a couple of weeks, we will start with the preparations. And then, by the end of the year, we plan to have the lab as a service for continuous integration and continuous deployment ready for testing. This means that vendors can join us without having the burden of always traveling to Berlin, without having the burden to always testing things manually. The idea is that we will support an automated test environment, that we will support a very efficient way of deploying the solutions in the lab. And then next year we will focus more on performance and scalability as the ORAN solutions are also maturing. The last point is the integration of the security testing initiative, which is another sub-project in our consortium. There are researchers from Deutsche Telekom, from Technical University of Berlin, mainly contributing to this, and we will integrate their security testing into our portfolio as well. So if we look at the standard integration test scenarios, this is what it looks like. Of course, we would hope to have end-to-end scenarios, but there are also always reasons to test only single units or modules to make sure that the progress is faster. What we find in the industry right now is that while on the top level, of course, everybody is super committed to ORAN being a neutral multi-vendor technology, in fact, when you get into the lab, many vendors have not seen a lot of different combinations of vendors before. So most vendors that we see are confined to specific combinations. Vendor A works with vendor B, vendor C works with vendor D, but when you ask them, like, can A work with D? Then they get scared because there's still a lot of integration work necessary. There's still a lot of uncharted territory, and that's what we want to close here. We want to make sure that we first do a good qualification of each of the units that come into the lab, and then we are mixing and matching them like the idea of the technology really promises. This will not only be done at the Telecom lab here where we are today. By the way, please join one of the guided tours if you haven't done so. We are ready to show you the actual lab and the workspace and the different activities that are going on. The tours start back there in the corner, and where all the people with the i14y lab shirts are, and we'll have more tours starting between 2 and 3 p.m. this afternoon, so please join those. And then you will see the lab. So this is the main integration lab, but there are other sites in this project which are also contributing. There is, for example, our lab, ENTC lab, which is 2 kilometers away, which is the development site for the test automation and also the testing site for transport infrastructure. There's the 5G Berlin infrastructure on the Technical University and Fraunhofer campus, which is close by. We are all connected by dark fiber. And there is a lab from another partner from High Street, which is called OSNL lab, where the management tests are taking place. And finally, there's the Nokia lab in Munich, which is the development site for the Nokia implementation of the RIC together with an X-Apps environment and family. So all of these are contributing to the main integration site here at DT Labs, but it's a strong committee, it's a strong consortium, and by working with strong partners, we're becoming better. So we have already conducted 2 Plugfests here at Deutsche Telekom. The one last year was already an inaugural event as part of our project here. We tested quite a few implementations, and there were 18 participating companies last year with a couple of devices under test. There were different test scenarios, and of course we want to build on that experience of success, and we want to improve, expand, and do a more thorough event this year. So the details you can see here, actually you will see some of this in the lab. Now it looks a little more tidy. The pictures were taken at the height of the event, and of course that means people are plugging and playing, and then it doesn't look that tidy at that time. The next Plugfest is going to be announced very shortly. It's going to be hosted by the i14y lab, of course. And there are different types of scenarios, solutions targeted. Of course, we want to invite the RAN component vendors. We want to invite the front haul and X-haul transport vendors, the RIC controllers and the X-app vendors. Also, cloud architectures are going to be in scope of the testing. And finally, the management plane. All of this will be, again, tested for multi-vendor interoperability. So we're not interested in just single vendor POCs, but we really want to challenge everybody to work together. And we will also challenge people slightly and friendly to go beyond the proven beaten path. So if, of course, we know what's already proven in the industry, we want to follow the ORAN Alliance and the TIP test plans and really get to the next level to really help the technology to evolve. One of the points to really get beyond the basics is to do automated testing. So all of the experiences from last year are already automated. We have a special separate demo at the ENTC booth inside on the ground floor below the library, and where we're showing the test automation as it's running. And this efficient automated test execution will be the basis to get much more test results through as we did last time, and accelerate the test progress in general. This whole exercise will be part of the global ORAN Alliance Fall 2022 Plugfest as it's planned. So we cannot officially announce that we're part of it yet because the ORAN Alliance schedule does not allow this yet, but the ORAN Alliance will announce their Plugfest participants, I think, in August. So the last part, we are going to start with the preparations now very soon. We will have joint calls. We have a wiki prepared. We did our homework. We have a test plan outline, which will allow the vendors to go in there, check which test cases they want to select, to customize the test cases where needed, to let us know what are the requirements, which partners they want to test with, and we hope to have a really great event. The actual live Plugfest will take place here in September. So what is the rationale for the automated testing? There is a lot of test automation around that's coming from the test equipment vendors. What we want to create here in this project is a multi-vendor test automation. That's quite unusual because we want to tap in with different test tool vendors. We want to really have an end-to-end setup for the test automation, which allows completely remote testing, which allows testing where nobody needs to get into the lab to operate a UE or anything like that. The idea is that this will greatly speed up the testing. It will enable the regression testing as well, so it will allow us to not only have this event-based testing once per year, it will allow us to do continuous testing and to really focus on validating each new software version, validating also cross-platform solutions, and really doing a lot of automation that doesn't have a lot of effort, manual effort. Okay, so what is the test automation looking like? From ENTC, from the European Advanced Networking Test Center, we're contributing it and continuing to develop our test platform in this project. Currently, we have a UE emulator from Viavi included, a 5G core emulator that we're managing, auxiliary tools which are currently needed, for example, switchable PDU. You know, the RUs, radio units, are sometimes not that stable, so they need to be switched off remotely and then switched back on. That's an aspect. Also, RF switches are an aspect, and different kinds of attenuation environments. So we're really thinking the end-to-end automation scenario here. What we can do with this automation is already we can run end-to-end scenarios, we can run handover tests, we can run any kind of basic RU tests, and as the technology evolves, we will also evolve the lab as a service test automation. In the end, the idea is that we will have a DevOps cycle so that we will evolve the test coverage, learning from the Plugfests and implementing automated scenarios as we learn, and then apply these automated scenarios to all of the solutions under test that are available in our lab. So we're looking not only to have a one-off event where all vendors are coming to us for a month, we're really looking to have a continuous testing environment in the i14y lab, and we hope for many partners to find this useful. Okay, with this, I'm wrapping up my part, and it's my pleasure to introduce Ranganai Chaparatsa from Capgemini, who is the co-lead of Work Package 3. So over to you, Ranganai.
Thank you, Carsten. It's a pleasure to cover the remaining part of what we are doing to answer the question of how this lab is to support different types of test activities, test types, and scenarios. Of particular interest is that my colleague has covered the broader picture of how this lab is supposed to be instrumented to support the different test activities. My scope is to look specifically at the regular and continuous testing and end-to-end testing. So the first thing is to look at the drivers, the main drivers. When we say main drivers is, testing is very broad. We have so many test specifications coming out there. Where do we start from? How do we tune our scope within the i14y lab in order to deliver value? And what is that value? The value is about the test results that specifically for the operators become very important to measure the maturity of the industry. So what we are looking at is, we are looking at the main drivers that should drive us to a certain scope where we look at regular testing as well as especially continuous testing. How do we start, how do we move about with that? So the driving input number one is one that considers what TIP and the MO group of operators have prioritized. Let's say they're coming up, especially the MO group as priority requirements, which would form what we call a baseline of scope and test scenarios that can be prioritized in phases as the driving input number one. We have heard from TIP the aspect of TIP looking at the end-to-end scope, multi-technologies, not just the open run, but the end-to-end disaggregated networks and the technologies associated with that. So the importance of taking this driver as an input for us for this project is because we are considering specifically that what TIP is trying to do and achieve with the MO is how to measure the readiness of the industry in terms of deployability of the solutions. So that's why it is one of our very important drivers, the first one. The second one is that on top of that baseline, which is really what we take as input, particularly the blueprints, deployment scenarios from TIP and which encapsulate the priorities of the operators in terms of deployment scenarios, is to build on top of that and add additional test scenarios, additional test cases. This should come from the CSPs, but also the vendors have to have a say, right, in that. So that's why you see the second driver is really the CSPs. Can we add on top of the baseline? The third driver is what can the vendors contribute in terms of adding additional test scenarios on top of the baseline. Fundamental is that we have to build on the baseline. So what does it bring us to? It brings us to these three items, right? The baseline is based on the blueprint, modified blueprints. We understood that with TIP, there are some blueprints that have already emerged. For example, macro outdoor scenarios for rural and urban. But this can be customized to complement. The main message in the testing industry is not to repeat tests that are done elsewhere, right? How do we complement each other in terms of community-driven testing, right? This is what we are trying to follow as a model. And so with that baseline and additional test scenarios around that, we say that forms what we call an agreed scope. So the first step is, let's have an agreed scope within the i14y lab on the basis of which to conduct testing phases. The second step is looking at, once we have the agreed scope of test scenarios, can we interrogate the vendors and say, okay, how ready are you with respect to certain tests? Can they be executed this year or within 6 months? So that is the voice of the vendors in the step two. Now, suppose we zoom in into the baseline. The baseline, like I said, is really the discussions we are having with TIP is to consider the release 2 and the Open Run technical priority document final version 1 that was produced by the operators. What you see here is that the release 2 is being used to derive what is called a product. A product is supposed to fulfill certain set of features and conform to certain requirements which have been prioritized by the CSPs. Some CSPs have come up with requirements which they call unanimously voted as a fundamental or very important, very critical of priority, right? So there's a concept called product. which if you look at the ORAN, right, it's more, product is based on the standard. But here, product is based on the selection of features, right, which are ready to measure how vendors are ready for the solutions to be on the market, right? So that's the concept of a product. So you have an ORU, you have an ODU, and the result of that is that you have two types of testing that emerge. You have what we call type 1 testing, which is product-driven testing. You take a product, it has a certain features, it maps to the requirements that were prioritized, whether unanimously by all the operators, and then you can conduct your testing on the basis of that. That's type 1 testing. Or you can go on the upper level, which is called the blueprint, which consists of an architecture, which is supposed to be a ready to deploy. It's like a pre-deployment scenario, ready to deploy, consists of products again. And we are focusing on products based on what TIP is outlining in that model, right? And then you're running the tests. For example, examples of the blueprints that have emerged so far in TIP is actually the macro, rural, outdoor, and also urban. But we are thinking as i14y lab. Either we could adopt those blueprints and change them. There are parameters we can change in a blueprint. We can change the feature sets. We can also change the vendors when we run this kind of tests. For example, the mix of the vendors. In one TIP lab, for example, community lab could consider a set of certain vendors, because then you can do badging, right? And in our lab, we could consider a different set of vendors. So we can vary vendors, we can vary configurations, we can vary features. So that's what we call blueprint-driven testing. So we have these two types of testing, and we want to see how can we use these in continuous testing in the lab. This is the way we want to follow. Then the other aspect I want to talk about is we have an i14y lab. What is it? It's offering lab as a service. That is the target. But lab as a service means that we have to enhance the lab to support different types of user stories, different types of users that have to use the lab. So what we've done is that we've modeled up to around 6 users, which are user stories, concerning the lab as a service. The i14y lab is going to deliver a service. And that service itself is what we are trying to model and capture requirements in order to derive what needs to be enhanced in the infrastructure of the lab as a service. First user, just to give an example here, and you can visit one of our posters, these users are clearly described there. So I just pick one. One example is that you have a user that comes to the lab and wants to deploy components and do interoperability testing, and take the results, generate results, share the results. That's the user A. And the user B could be one that does not own any component in the lab, but wants to use the lab as a service. So they want to book the resources, there are portals to do that, book the resources, run some tests, generate tests, share the results. Then you have another user that wants to come into the lab to enhance and evolve the lab capabilities, right? So these are all these users that are enumerated. For the sake of time, I will not spend too much time on that, but how much time do I still have? Oh, I think it's still okay. So let me keep on going. So the other user could be one that wants to enhance, like we said, you have a RIG platform, right? Nokia provides a RIG platform. Others will provide also RIG platforms. But over time, you need to prepare the RIG platform to enhance it so that XApps developers can come and use it. So the interaction between the user and the lab is formalized through an interaction workflow model that we are defining. And that's very important for us, because when you look at the evolution of test beds, actually, in labs, is that of automation. They will federate into the future to deliver much more automation in terms of how to consume the services of the lab. Like my colleague Carsten just mentioned about that. When you look at the automation, the big picture of automation is moving in that direction. So those are some of the things that we want to talk about in terms of enhancing. Then we have another user that wants to simply respond to a demand of another user that says, look, I want to use the i14y lab. I don't own any components. I'm not Capgemini. I'm not Nokia, who has invested into the lab. But I consider, based on a certain policy that can be defined or an SLA, to use the lab as a service. So I have created certain type of advanced test scenarios that go beyond what ORAN and TIP have done. And I want to use these to do the testing, right? So that kind of user, we want to accommodate that kind of user. And therefore, the request is always going through a proxy of the lab as a service to say, prepare the environment for such kind of test scenarios. Are they achievable? today or tomorrow? Do I need with certain capabilities? This is the interaction, again, with another type of a user that helps us to improve the lab. That's what we are saying. In the long term, the lab is going to be improved. Then we are also considering other type of users like, let's say, an independent certifier. I was so happy that most of the presentations we listened to today, they are moving in the direction of certification at the end. So we need some independent certifiers. We have done that with NFV, we have done that with many other technologies, but the opportunity for us is to have some independent certifiers that want to use labs. And for us as i14y lab, we are answering the question, can this lab be used by independent certifiers and validators? What will be the interaction workflow? And that's what we are answering with that type of user. And the last one is a user that says, oh, I am an organizer of a Plugfest, as Carsten talked about Plugfest. How can I use the lab for that, run all the processes? Carsten was talking about also, let's say, the test plans and also the portals and the like for registration and the like. How do I use the lab for that? That's the last user. And then we are trying now to answer the question. We said end-to-end. We want an environment to test the maturity of the industry in terms of technologies. But like I said, bear in mind that the concept of product for continuous testing is much better, let's say, delivering value when it's based on what we call product from the tip. Why? Because a product is also mapping to the ORAN specifications, the standards, the interfaces, but also to the corresponding test cases, right? So it's very good to anchor our concept of product on the basis of how the model of the tip is defining it, because it's mapping to the priorities of the operators to make it ready for deployment. Is it ready now? Yes or no? So what we are now trying to do is, let's build the end-to-end environment. And we have a concept called core site. So the core site is this place, is the i14y lab in this building, right? And then we have satellite labs that we want to connect from others to interconnect. And in the future, it's more federation than just basic interconnections, right? So far, we are talking about basic interconnection. Why? Because we have certain capabilities. For example, if you look at the right side, you're looking at right bottom, you're looking at the Nokia site in Munich connecting to our core site here. It has certain capabilities. Can they be leveraged in more complex end-to-end scenarios? This is what we are trying to answer. And it's not just that satellite lab. We want to also enhance connectivity with other type of satellite remote sites to connect, to enrich a federated environment of end-to-end testing. It also helps us because if you look at the 5G Berlin lab, it offers other capabilities, other vendors that are in that space. And that's what we are trying to foster. And then run different types of test scenarios around that, selecting different type of end-to-end parts based on capabilities, vendor mixes. We said for continuous testing, you need automation. You need repeatability of the same tests. Therefore, you see on the top there, the test automation platform. This is what Carsten had talked about. And therefore, we need that because you can easily then repeat the same tests. In the infrastructure, you are just varying the vendors. You are varying configurations and obtaining different types of results. And those results can be necessary for then badging, especially if the product is following the model I talked about, not just the pure ORAN, because we know that vendors are doing conformance testing in their labs. So we not need duplicate work that is happening elsewhere. We need to deliver value on top of what vendors are doing in their own labs. This is what we are doing. So that's how we are building the end-to-end environment, multi-vendor interoperability, functional end-to-end and performance testing. And as you can see, all these are capabilities, generic capabilities we are building. But how we want to tune this is we have a dialogue, discuss what sort of blueprint. Is it macro outdoor we can go for the end-to-end to emulate? Once we deliver the testing, we can say, here we are. You as an CSP, based on this blueprint, it works. These are the KPIs. If you wanted to deploy it, it's ready. We have tested. This is the value we have delivered in this lab. And more or less, of course, we have a methodology to make sure that as building the end-to-end environment, like I said, you have to close some gaps, right? So you are driven by the specific, like I said, scenarios like the blueprint end-to-end. And then you say, okay, based on that, what are the SUTs, what are the interface under tests and the like, and the test architectures are set up, how do they map to the ORAN test specifications and TIP test specifications. Once you do that, you have to answer the question of the test methods that we are applying. Knowing the test methods, knowing this information in the matrix of these mappings, we can then say, what are we missing in order to have the testing, right? So then we find the gaps, then we have to close the gaps. That's what we are doing. That's the methodology we follow for closing the gaps in terms of capabilities. It could mean also that we could then talk to other vendors, what we call associate partners, that have certain capabilities, to interconnect into our environment and bring those complementary capabilities to build the larger end-to-end ecosystem that is ready to be tested with KPIs for readiness for the market. With that, I want to say thank you. I think I've come to the end. Thank you so much. And if you have any other questions, you can reach to Carsten, my colleague there, and myself. We are co-leaders of the work packages, as work package 3, as Carsten mentioned. So looking forward to interacting with you. Please talk to us anytime, and we will answer your questions.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Merci beaucoup. Gracias.
Merci.
Vielen Dank.
Thank you, Ranganai, and thank you, Carsten, for the great presentation. I think now it's a little bit more clear what we are doing here in the lab and how you should also engage with us and what is, the framework that is behind. All right, so as I promised you, this is the last talk of the morning. So we will be having a break now, but I promise that it's an extended break, so we will resume the activities here in this stage at 2 p.m. So make sure that you are here sharp at 2 p.m. and we will continue our program for the afternoon. Just 2 remarks before you go, and I think it's important also that you network, you continue, the engagement, you continue to meet each other. From where I stand, I think you are having a good time. You are also learning further in the different talks. So I guess that, stay tuned for the afternoon part, because even more interesting talks and exciting discussions here in this stage, in the roundtables and the panel discussions, you will enjoy also our speakers. And there will be also, in the afternoon, the guided tours will continue. So if you didn't have the chance yet to grab one of the guided tours, you will have the chance to have those guided tours still in the afternoon. And with that, thank you so much, and we will see here at 2 p.m. All right, good afternoon. So I will start slowly to present the second part of our event, but I want also to give you some time to the other participants to join here in the stage. I think that you are having a good time. Thanks also, for preferring this event over the other events that Berlin had today to offer. We are very happy to have you here. How is the mood of the crowd? Everything good? Yes? Okay, thank you. So I am not talking alone here, right? So you are good? Nice, okay. So, everyone, really, again, it's great to have you here. We will start slowly the second part of our program. So mainly the activities for this afternoon will be taking place here, but again, you can still join the guided tours. There's a meeting point. There will be 3 guided tours still in the afternoon. There will be still some demos running in the 5G garage, and stick with us. I think that you will see that you will not regret. About the agenda, about the topics, and about the real deal. So let me start by saying that we will have what we call the lab inauguration. This is why we are here today, not only that you learn what we are doing here, but we are also celebrating with you. We will have also a keynote about what is i14y Lab about. We will have then a keynote also from a very interesting guest talking about testing automation and intelligent apps in the context of RAN disaggregation. Then followed by a panel with a very interesting topic. I mean, you heard us, in the different speeches that we had in the morning, collaboration is key, ecosystem is the key. So we will continue in that direction, in that note. So collaboration is the key, academia and open ecosystem. And followed by a round table, the economic importance of disaggregation, again, also a very interesting topic. And then we will have also another keynote talking about promoting an open RAN ecosystem in Germany and Europe. Then we will have the last round table of the day, and the topic will be the need for a European ecosystem. And then we will have a wrap-up of the day, closing notes and farewell. But well, with no further delays, let me, bring to the stage and call to the stage Franz Seiser. Welcome. Franz, it's great to have you here. So, what are your impressions so far from the summit?
It's just great. It's feeling like back in the good old days, so to say. Running around, I think I roughly know 30 to 40% of the crowd. So this is, of course, like meeting friends after a long time again, having good discussions, having good exchange, seeing the energy, people talking. Mission completed already, although it's only half of the day. So it's really, thank you everyone for being with us here. That's really great experience.
Thanks, Franz. I mean, we came a long way, right? And I think that we are all proud of what we are achieving here today. Any words on that?
Yeah. It's the result of a long way, but at the same time, it's a start of the real work.
Correct.
That's what we are going to do now, a bit more formally. Now we prepared, and we are still preparing, but now we kick it off and do the real stuff, right? This is what we are here for, and this is what we are going to do later on in a few minutes, I think.
Very good. Thank you, Franz. The floor is yours, and thank you for coming again.
Thank you. Okay, guys. I only have a very short slot, and that's good. Because a lot of things have been shared with you already. So I'm here, and the people who know me know I'm not the super formal guy, but I will try my best to really formally do this here now. But first of all, I really would like to say this, yes, we are in a DT location. There is a little bit magenta around, but no magenta on me today. So this is really a community effort. This is many of the companies all listed here. This is really a joint thing. And if you look around what's happening here today, what we have built and what you probably have seen in the tours already, this is all something we have done jointly together, and we will do more. So I really, first of all, really thanks to everyone who did that. And you may ask why I'm here, why I do have the thing. Well, very quickly, I have the pleasure in DT to be responsible for all these ORAN activities. So also the idea for this whole thing was born in that program. This was when this Corona recovery package came out of the German government, so we sticked our head together and we came up with the idea we should do a lab. And then we started to interact with the ministry, which is now very far in the back. So also to you, because we first thought we'd do a DT lab, but they said, wouldn't it be a much better idea you do a common lab? And that was the best thing really as a feedback, because probably they are right. That's why you see now us together with Telefonica and Vodafone, so all three German operators being part of that consortium, plus a couple of key companies, and we brought that together. So the only thing we did as DT is we came up with the idea, but then it quickly became a consortium thing, and we started to build this whole thing together. And that's really why a lot of credit, and this is funded by the ministry, and we are very grateful for that. That's why it's really, I think, fair, and unfortunately he couldn't make it, but Mr. Schnorr, in German, Staatssekretär, State Secretary, I'm not sure this is the right translation, but basically, as I'm not German, so I had to learn as well, this is the level directly reporting to the minister. So in our organizations, we would call that an SVP or an EVP or something like that. And he kindly provided us with a short greeting and sharing his view. So may I ask you to play his video here.
Ladies and gentlemen, in recent years, we have witnessed a step change in the mobile communication sector. A new technology standard, 5G, has emerged, and its rollout is currently being driven forward at full speed. Experts from all areas of mobile communication are still working at a breathtaking pace to fine-tune new technologies, evolve existing standards, and search for cost-effective and efficient solutions to ensure that mobile communication enrich our endeavors to digitize all areas of our lives. Open RAN is one of these new technologies that can foster the 5G rollout and, in the future, will also facilitate 6G networks. It also has a potential to deliver a cost-effective solution for highly specialized, very small networks like those on factory compounds known as campus networks, especially in Germany. The Federal Ministry for Digital and Transport is funding research into a trialing of the Open RAN technology with up to 300 million euros in the period to 2024. We consider the i14y lab project particularly important as its laboratory infrastructure can be used to study and trial Open RAN-based networks in the future. This service is available not only to the partners of the consortium, but also to third parties. It lets interested startups and SMEs test their Open RAN components and services without investing too much time or too much money. If Germany and Europe are to develop their own Open RAN ecosystem, we must empower as many stakeholders as possible to turn their ideas into reality. By doing so, we can make a major contribution to competition, innovation, and digital sovereignty in Europe. So, good luck for all of you, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, let's really say thank you. Because without that funding from the government, most likely we would not be here today. We would not have this nice event, and much more important, we would not have our lab. So, I think a lot has been said already. Many of you have been aware and are aware what we are doing here, right? You learned about ORAN, what is behind, what are the challenges. What are we doing in the program we are running? The one thing is we are really pushing hard to make ORAN a commercial reality, ready for commercial deployment very soon. But besides that, we also said we understood we need to put an effort into developing the ecosystem, enabling new players, giving them a chance to come in, bringing their ideas, bringing innovation, and we believe this lab will be a key supporting part of that whole thing. So I really like that picture. That's us, right? We're trying to move this big ORAN, let's call it a challenge. And the lab is probably not all of them, but one of these roles down there that helps us to get the thing moving to support, right? So really this gives a platform where we can collaborate, where we can work together, and that was also a bit part of the conversations I had. We also need to think how do we work together in future, because this thing is so complex. We knew that if we disaggregate, we introduce complexity. For sure, we don't want to deal with all this complexity only in our labs. That would kill us cost-wise. It only flies if we do a big community effort and do as much as possible in the community, and only the remaining small part then each and every operator does in his lab. That's the whole idea. And this lab should be one part of these community platforms to make that possible. And that's why I think the importance of that lab cannot be valued high enough from my perspective. And that already leads me, and again, this is not a surprise. Yeah, what is the role here? Incubate, foster, and support. So really, we want to host here Plugfest. So all the companies and couple of ask here, how can you come here? Join a Plugfest. Come to OTIC Plugfest. Bring your solutions. Make it visible. Help us building that. Make that happen. Work on reference implementations. All these kind of things. And of course, the real goal, that should be a place where we do all the certification and badging. Because only then the idea, as discussed, ideally we and all other operators as well, we buy certified products, so we know if we put them together in our labs, they are working and they are providing something like 80% of the capabilities. So the piece we need to do on our side is then to make the 20%, which to some extent are specific to our configurations, to our deployment and processes. That's the part we need to do. But the biggest part, the biggest challenge has been done in the community before in a place like that. And that's the big idea. Good. So I think I didn't share anything new. I feel very, very honored. And I'm so proud if you look around what has been done, what has been possible. So also a big thanks to the team, our teams, the teams of all the partners. I think you did a tremendous job in bringing all that stuff together. And the only thing that remains for me now, very formal, I have the pleasure to really formally declare the i14y as open. And I'm really looking forward to a lot of joint activities here and hopefully great results, helping to develop the whole ORAN ecosystem and making that whole technology a big success for all of us. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you, Franz, and thanks also to the State Ministry. I think it's indeed a great moment to celebrate.
Absolutely.
And so happy that we are able to celebrate with all of the participants and partners, as you said. So complex problems requires great communities, and what we are achieving here and doing here in the collaboration mode really translates that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
All right, very good. So I will become a bit emotional because actually the next person that I will, call to the stage has been. We have been working, so many days to make this happen. So it is really my pleasure to announce Andreas Gladys to the stage.
Thank you.
And Andreas, you will be talking about, again, what is i14y Lab all about. But hey, tell us, how do you feel and what are your first impressions also from the event?
I'm proud about what we have achieved already. And
correct.
So I think you see how the team already works together and what we have achieved until this day. So in a kind of stealth mode, I would say.
Indeed.
So really great, and as Franz said, really thank you to the team and all the supporters.
Very good.
That is a journey that will continue.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Looking forward and to have even more participants joining. Andreas, over to you. The stage is yours, and thanks for joining.
Yeah. So thank you for the introduction, and so I'm not sure whether it still needs a talk to explain what is the i14y Lab about. However, just take it as a kind of summary, what you hopefully have noticed already today during the morning session. So i14y Lab, what is it about? Where's my clicker? It's here. So first of all, i14y Lab is about a relatively old concept that is known as disaggregation. And so at least for people who are a little bit older, so like me, you may remember we had a discussion or a bigger initiative 12, 15 years ago dealing with the question of future internet and how to make internet more programmable. So, and how to realize a solution that converges the needs of hyperscalers and data center providers with the needs of telco industry or networking industry. So that was this Clean Slate Internet program at Stanford University. Some people may remember. And out of this initiative, a lot of other initiatives and developments have happened. So like P4 programmable networks, or like software-defined networks, SDN in general, SD-WAN. And you look at all those different technologies, you always find 4 general concepts there. One is separation of software and hardware. That is not a big thing for people working in IT and on servers, but it was a big thing for guys working in networking. So separation of software and hardware. The other part is how to work with universal hardware, with more general purpose hardware or white label boxes. So there are different flavors, but it's also a general concept there. Then modularization, that is number 3. So define physical or logical building blocks that can act as a separate model and that may even create or evolve in different markets, so that the market volume for those modules is bigger than for a simple integrated solution. And last but not least, there's the element of utilizing as much as possible open source software wherever we can need it and benefit from the open source communities in the software domain. So, and I think the motivation for the industry is how to get more flexibility. It is minimizing vendor lock-in, so changing different modules would be really beneficial. Then it's about cost effectiveness and lower costs, or at least make sure that costs not increase dramatically. And this is about how to bring innovations faster into the real networks and into the real environment. So, first point. i14y Lab is about disaggregation. More importantly, so if we look at the evolution of disaggregation, Open RAN appeared, and that is another example of a very complex system, but they follow the principles of disaggregation. And here you see a very simplified picture about the Open RAN architecture, but it helps to see the modules I already explained. So it is, again, general purpose hardware. It is modularization, DUs, RUs, CUs, etc., specifying standardized interfaces between them. It is the general approach of abstracting the hardware and going for supporting the software-hardware separation. So that is the abstraction layer there. And also very important and significant for the development of the ecosystem, the RIC and the related X-apps. So how to make these systems programmable, and even more important, how to give access to this programmable interface, how to give access to smaller companies so that they can develop solutions for specific use cases and specific scenarios. So that is the link to how to bring more innovations into this ecosystem. So disaggregation, on the other hand, not automatically simplifies the entire situation. So there are a lot of new interfaces we have to consider, we have to test, we have to understand and develop. And that's why it's so important that also the way how operators and the way how the players in the market in general change. And here's one example. That is the MOU group. You may have heard about that at least today in one of our breakout sessions. So operators, European operators, have joined forces to agree on basic requirements for O-RAN and to agree on a roadmap for O-RAN functionalities, somehow specific to the European market for sure, so it's European operators, but it is again important for the entire ecosystem that a couple of operators here coordinate their activities. And based on those joint activity, they have released already MOU requirements or requirements documents. You can find that either on the website of TIP or on the website of O-RAN. Even at the operator pages, websites, you may find some links and hints to those documents. So that is one of the basic steps here. And forgot to mention, they already developed additional use case descriptions and scenario descriptions, for example, for one of these energy efficient use cases. So, and that is again a link to what is what is i14y about. So i14y is about a collaboration, and it's about simplifying tests in the sense that we have a general test setup and that we can help the operators, but also the other players in the market to run their tests, to learn how the systems behave and to improve their systems so that those systems are closer to be ready for implementation in the real field. And as I already said, it's all about cooperation. So i14y is also a consortium, a cooperative project with partners and important players from the ecosystem. So first of all, let me start with the operators. It is a project with Deutsche Telekom, Vodafone, and Telefonica as operator partners. And this is important because they are also big players and partners in the MOU group. So we can take ideas and specifications from the MOU group and utilize it in the i14y lab. So then we have system integrators as partners in the consortium. Capgemini and Nokia with different roles. I guess they are well known to the audience here, so I should not explain in detail what the role there is, but it is a sign that both system integrators are a partner in this project dealing with disaggregated, with open RAN solutions. And then there are a couple of smaller companies, experts in a certain domain that is relevant for the open RAN technology. So for example, BISDN, they are guys bringing in knowledge about cloud native production, knowledge about how to handle a container, how to work with this kind of cloudified production. i14y, testing company from Berlin here. So they bring in the ideas and the expertise dealing with automation of testing and with scaling up such test environment in order to really support multiple different test scenarios and multiple customers, let's say, in such a test environment. Then next, High Street. High Street is a company who bring in the expertise in ONAP. So ONAP is another framework that is relevant for the orchestration of our ORAN technology, so that it becomes manageable. And so it's ONAP is a initiative of Linux Foundation, and High Street, they provide the expertise in building adapters, so make devices visible to the ONAP orchestration systems. And then there's also one partner from the manufacturing side of test equipment, that is Rode Schwarz. And finally, some academic partners, one from the Technical University, the chair of security and telecommunication. Hey, you may have noticed that there's a constant debate about security in ORAN, so that's why it's so important to have this partner here. And they will provide us with the latest technologies and the latest research part about how to fix the security challenges of ORAN. And the other partner from the academic side, Heinrich Hertz Institute. These guys, they help us in developing an emulation, so that allows tests at scale without having all the real stuff there, so that we can extend the test scenarios even without having all those hardware in the lab. So that is the emulation part. And also about cooperation. There are a couple of important organizations in the ecosystem. That is the ORAN Alliance, Telecom Infra Project, ONF, the ONAP/Linux Foundation, and the Open Compute Project. So all of those partners provide different flavors and different parts of the end-to-end solution of a function ORAN or Open RAN solution. So that's why it's important to work with all of them as an associated partner or supporter. So, and that helps us also to leverage their expertise and to bring the ideas of i14y and the results of the i14y at the global scale. So, because those are global organizations, and to work with them helps us to work with the global ecosystem. So, again, what is i14y lab about? So it is a real lab, and you can visit the real lab already in the first setup. So I have to admit it is constantly growing, and we are still in the starting phase for multiple reasons. We still need to install more equipment, and we are not there yet compared to our initial plans. All of you have already heard about a shortage of some systems, etc. So it is really also a challenge to get all the systems on board here. So it is a real lab with an office space where people can collaborate, work jointly, and it is the server/testing lab on the lower floor. So, and for those of you who have not visited this so far, so please take the opportunity to have a look at our lab this afternoon. So, yeah, so with all those introductory words, I would like to report a little bit about achievements. What have we already achieved? So it is, yes, it is the initial lab setup, but it is also about the first Plugfest we have supported in autumn last year. So that was a kind of gray starting phase. However, we decided to do it already even when the lab itself was not fully existing that time. So we supported this European TIP ORAN Plugfest, and it was a big success already that time. So here you see some impressions how it has looked like last year, and we already got a couple of interesting combinations of vendors on board to run different interoperability tests. You can find the reports at the ORAN or the TIP website, so I would not go into details here. So what will be the next steps? We would like to make it more tangible, so get a little bit out of this event-driven Plugfest. Plugfest will be important, and we will support the next Plugfest. So we'll apply to be the host of the autumn Plugfest of the European TIP ORAN initiative. But we also want to develop a more standardized approach so that we have reference configurations based on the MOU requirements, and that we can take those reference implementations to remove some modules, plug in new models, and to run modules and to run regular tests. Unfortunately, we are not there yet, as I've mentioned, but I really see the opportunity and chance that we can be operational end of this year. So please follow us on our website so that you can really see what will be the tests that can be offered and that can be utilized at the i14y end of this year. So from a little bit more general perspective, we would like to start with the i14y lab as an interop test center, but we want to grow with the reference configurations, focusing more on the product side and the end-to-end configurations. And it's also very important because the industry is lacking of people with the right expertise. We also would like to support the upskilling initiatives of the different organizations so that the people can just utilize the lab here for training. And yeah, so that was my brief overview about what is i14y Lab about. I would like to underscore, we really want to support all the organizations, ORAN, TIP, ONF, Linux Foundation, ONAP, OCP. So it is not the plan to be a competitor of those organizations. It is really that we want to combine all those initiatives and reach a level that we can share a lot of the test equipment, that we can share a lot of those results. So, as I said, you are invited to visit the lab this afternoon, and please follow us on our social media channels. And so happy to have you here, and it is great that so many people are interested in the i14y and our approaches here. So, thank you.
Thank you, Andreas, for the great insights. And I guess we will be meeting here later.
I hope so.
Very
Yeah,
good.
it will be a pleasure.
Thank you. Thank you, Andreas. Thank you. All right. So we are ready now for the next keynote. So the next keynote will have the topic testing automation and intelligent apps in the context of RAN disaggregation. And help me to welcome Shamik to the stage. Thank you. Shamik, welcome. You came a long way as well, right?
Yes, from India, yeah.
Very good.
It's 48 degrees there, so it's a nice change, I would say.
Good. So you are already scoring, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So what are your first impressions from the event?
So, of course, I've been privileged to be part of the i14y lab from the beginning. And I didn't know it's this big. And the event actually is more than an average tech fest that we have generally in the industry. So Alex and Franz, you've got a lot of people today here. So it's an absolute pleasure to be here.
Thanks for joining us. Then
Thank you.
The floor is yours. Thank you so much, Shamik.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. I'll speak a bit about, in general, what we are doing in the testing and the automation area of Open RAN. But primarily, the focus would be on what's the need of collaboration and why no company, perhaps alone, can solve this particular problem. And if we look at where we are, I mean, these network 1, network 2 are my numbers, don't worry about it. But in general, there were 2 stages of networking evolution from physical to virtualization. And perhaps we are at the stage where we are becoming cloud-native networks. So Open RAN is perhaps one of the first cloud-native radio network solution that is being deployed today. And then in future, perhaps we would look at a model where we would have more autonomous networks, where networks are deployed by itself to a certain extent, and we can automate most part of the networks. But are we really there? So we are perhaps not there today. We are somewhere in the cloud-native space. Perhaps we are maturing in the cloud-native space, but moving towards a more automated deployment, automated management of radio networks. I think there is still a long way to go. So from my perspective, we are somewhere here in the space where we are in the cloud-native networks, and we intend to perhaps go from there to a model where we have more automated systems out there. Now, this movement from going from a virtualized RAN to an open ecosystem with open APIs, and then moving to an automated Open RAN, this itself is a steep climb. It's perhaps easier said than done. It requires a fair amount of work that we have to do together as a collaboration effort in order to make this path successful. And to us, this particular steep climb depends how the industry collaborates, how the industry is eventually able to collaborate amongst themselves to solve this steep climb, or we have to navigate this particular steep climb that we are talking about. And I'll go back to a picture that Fotis introduced in the opening keynote, that there are certain areas about cloud-native networks which all of us are working today. But I'll particularly draw your attention to the last 3 elements there, the disaggregated Open RAN and Cloud RAN, data-driven networks, and sustainability. These are not an area which any company can solve by themselves. This is a place where we need to collaborate, and this is why we, as Capgemini, we joined i14y Labs. We have also invested in our own labs, precisely for this reason that this cannot be solved by one company. This requires a fair amount of changes, a fair amount of challenges that we have to solve. There are certain gaps that we are seeing in the testing and the automation space. For example, the need to have an open testing approach across the domains, across disaggregation, open APIs, and automation, perhaps is not there today. And that's a problem that we have to solve as a team. Then, of course, do we have common automation platforms? Now, as a system integrator, automation is not just about automating the network, but also automating the alerts that come out of the network, automating the network operation centers. Are we able to, for example, create a twin of a radio network in the operation center where we can monitor the twin instead of the network itself? Would that increase productivity? Would that increase or give us better visibility of the network? Most likely such platforms would be required if we have to really reduce the TCO, which is the goal of Open RAN. If we have to reduce the TCO, we need to figure out a way to automate all of this. And then, of course, the entire thing has to be orchestrated by a platform which essentially needs to be open. The APIs needs to be open. The data that it's collecting, it has to be open enough for application developers to develop use cases around it. It has to have a certain set of use cases that can be delivered from the network right up to the operation center. So it's covering a vast area. And then, of course, in case of Open RAN, we would have a massively distributed edge compute. So all the far edges would be massive in number. So more the infrastructure, more distributed the network, more perhaps we'll need to standardize automation. And when we tried to look at these problems from a system integrator point of view, and I won't read through all of this, but there are issues in every layer today that we have to solve. No, I'm not talking about it's not a doomsday scenario, but perhaps these are opportunities for us, including the fact that while we are talking about IT infrastructure being taken to RAN, but IT infrastructure on its own won't work. There is a need of hardware accelerator. There is a need of 5 nines reliability. There are system integrators who are supposed to take liabilities for the networks, but then the infrastructure itself isn't so robust. So how do we get system integrators, software companies interested in a telecommunication network unless there is a robust infrastructure, unless there are ways to monitor the network, ways to predict there is a network is going to fail. Otherwise, system integrators taking massive liabilities of running Open RAN networks really won't work. So there are problems that we have to solve as an automation company, as an industry together. We have to solve perhaps all these problems around orchestration, around network functions, around accelerations, around hardware, around cloud. And some of them are being targeted in the i14y lab. If you look at the work groups, it's there at the end of the hall. There are certain areas that i14y lab actually intends to solve as part of this collaborative project. And we can only grow from here, right? And if you look at that, what Capgemini is trying to do as a company, we are looking at majorly these 4 white boundaried boxes. So how can we bring more observability to the network operation center? How can we manage more programmability in test automation? How can we provide a network operation platform, which is basically an MLOps platform, but focused on networks? Standard MLOps that we see in the cloud and hyperscalers may not work as is from a network perspective. So do we need an MLOps platform there? I know there are some open source projects, but perhaps there is a need to have more there. And then, of course, we have decided as a company to adopt Nefio, as it's an open source project, as you might be aware, and Deutsche Telekom is involved in it. It's also driven a bit by Google, which perhaps would give us some level of workload automation and workload resource automation, which is primarily the problem today in Open RAN. The predictability of the resources running inside an operation network is not so simple. So as a company in Capgemini, we have decided to focus on these 4 areas, including Nefio. We also want to develop a base platform for network automation, particularly using MLOps. These are some of the collaboration projects that we intend to bring to i14y. And then, of course, there is perhaps one of the biggest gaps today is the observability of the network. There are a lot of companies doing it. There are a lot of frameworks, but truly speaking, there is an area to collaborate. It's a call for collaboration for companies who are interested. We can join hands together to figure out how to solve the problem of observability in Open RAN and how we can make the lives of network operation center executives easier. And of course, in Nefio, I think it's from our perspective, we intend to contribute there to standardize an orchestration model for workloads, which has to be essentially cloud native. Yes, we know ONAP is there, but maybe there's a combination of ONAP and Nefio would actually solve the problem for orchestration in open networks. So we strongly believe in this particular framework that we could build step by step, layer by layer, an automation model, which eventually can give the reliability that a telco network deserves. This also brings us to the question of the automation has to have 2 phases. There will be certain programmability that would be required where we can actually automate based on granular events. So if there is a fault, we can do some automation. If there is an event which occurred in the network, we trap that or do some automation. So there can be some level of programmability. And then there can be some level of predictability. So we can predict that an event will happen. And for that, we definitely need more robust network AI platforms, including what we call as the question of bringing in near-RT rakes, the non-real-time rakes, bringing in more open-loop automation as we proceed as part of this overall journey. So we are building some accelerators ourselves. Some of them would be part of the i14y lab. There are certain things that I believe would have to be done in open source, in an open innovation model. Then, of course, comes the question of testing. Once we have a network, we have deployed the network, we have orchestrated the workloads, we have collected the data, we still need to test. And in order to test that, there are multiple areas that we have to solve today. We need more robust simulators which are not static in nature. So if you want to emulate a layer 1, we want to emulate a UE, we want to emulate a base station or a core network, those also evolve with 3GPP. So today, if either we go and buy expensive test equipment, or as a collaboration, we can create emulators specifically meant for Open RAN testing, which can also be 3GPP compliant. It also has to be ORAN compliant. And ORAN compliant network testing equipment today is there, but we all know where it stands. And if we have to move towards an ORAN compliant test equipment, the best thing that can happen is something that can come out of such collaboration like i14y. Not just that, it's about baseband testing, but then there is also the question of radio units testing. Now, how do we test the radio units? What could be the standardized model to test radio units? So what would be the stack to ensure that the radio units are tested, whether it's in form of instrument drivers, programmable, the board itself has to be tested, the board's performance has to be guaranteed, the heat dissipation to the cooling of the boxes, all of those have to be tested in a certain way. Now, whether that's something to be done collaboratively, I don't know, but definitely there is a space for us to figure out whether we want to do this in collaboration. In Capgemini, we build frameworks which are basically stacks, which primarily accelerates product development. It's not something we work directly with operators, but with network equipment providers and others. So we are converting some of these elements also as test equipment so that the open ecosystem can be tested. So you take a DU, we can use our CU to test the DU. We can use our RU emulators to test the DU itself. So we are bringing a lot of these software, which is going to be part of the i14y lab, to test some of these, some of the baseband software which are ready for prime time. We can bring and harness some of our software to generate this entire ecosystem. Lastly, I would like to cover a bit about the data-driven automation that I've been talking about. So we basically have built a framework called NetAnticipate, which is a custom-developed network AI MLOps platform, which basically ingests data, learns, predicts, and optimizes the network. Of course, this requires a lot more data than we have, and therefore the need of such labs where we can collaborate to create such data ecosystems. And our primary target is to solve a few problems, and one of them is energy optimization. One of them is the NOC automation that I spoke about earlier, and then predictive maintenance. Of course, there are other use cases that we want to work out of that particular platform, but these are primarily the main objectives that we have. And then there is a whole bunch of other use cases that we could also cover, partly coming from Open RAN alliances, partly coming in from other from the other use cases. This includes elements which all we know, just standard elements like seeping cell detection, remote antenna tilt, and others. So these require a fair amount of testing equipment and test emulation, which perhaps such labs like i14y can achieve. To end, and I have a minute to go, and we'll talk about two major projects that we have done in collaboration with one with Intel, and the other one we are working on our own. So the first one is Project Marconi. This was our first project to figure out how ML-infused RAM performance, how we can improve the RAM optimization. This, what it did was to capture the layer 1 monitoring and the layer 2 monitoring and correlate them to improve the spectral efficiencies of a baseband. And we actually successfully could improve the spectral efficiency and increase the overall cell throughput by 11%. But more importantly, we are bringing the automation down as close as possible to the layer 1 and layer 2 of the baseband. So we cannot perhaps just think of an automation sitting on the top and it'll try to automate everything. The lower we go down in the stack in terms of automation, we'll get better performance and better output and better outcome. So we have to remove that mindset that automation is a top-level platform. Automation has to go down as low as possible in the network, and this is what we wanted to prove as part of Project Marconi. The second project is called Project BOS. This is mostly about sustainability. So we are currently creating a network data analytics function where we have elements and events coming in from RAN, from core, from network functions, application functions, which then gets correlated. And we try to optimize energy based on certain use cases, for example, the directional UV paging and even the core network selection, which is the right core network to select for a given type of traffic. How do we actually balance the load across core networks? So these are some of the collaboration that we are doing with other companies like Intel, to be specific. And this, with such a large consortium here, this is an area that we can further research together as part of the i14y labs. Right, so that's all I had. Mostly I wanted to give you an overview of what we have been doing as part of i14y as well as a company and how we can perhaps collaborate further. There are plenty of areas to solve and maybe we should all join hands together. And thank you for listening.
Thank you, Shamik.
Yeah. So, when we talk about openness, another word comes to my mind, and this is cooperation. And cooperation is key for the i14y lab as well. And that is why we have chosen this topic for this panel, and especially to integrate here the open ecosystem, the academic side of it. And I'm really pleased and very proud that we can cover the full spectrum. So I would like to have Alex Choi, then Renny Haby, and Dave Hutton, and Slavomir Stanchak on stage. How to start? I think my first question is...
You raise your question.
I'm here the one to raise the questions. Why is cooperation key in the brave new world of this disaggregated telco system? And I would like to raise this question to Alex in his role as the CEO of the ORAN Alliance.
Yes, I changed my head. I'm working for the ORAN Alliance as COO. I was the member of, co-founders. And also, surprise, surprise, I'm also the founding chairman of Facebook TIP back in 2016. Yeah. So I have a lot of engagement in most of this industry alliance. So just to be brief, so here's my thesis. Why cooperation is so important in this brave new world. By the way, I like this novel, Brave New World. Yeah. So let me talk about three factors. One, environmental factor. We all know that. You know how many mobile operators are there in the world? I just checked with the GSMA, and it says over 800 mobile operators are there. It's a huge number. If we just count the tier 1, still it's very many operators. How many major suppliers, vendor suppliers we have today? Very few, So there is a huge mismatch. What does that mean? So operator, because we have so many, we should drive together to bring the common requirements, right? Otherwise, everything will be fragmented, and there is no scale, and there is not a good business environment for the supplier. So therefore, the cooperation amongst the operator is absolutely critical, and we know that, and our operator community has been making a huge effort driving these corporations through various channels. And 3GPP standardization is one huge success story. Still, it's not perfect, but it's, we should be proud of it. And also GSMA and TM Forum, those are the three prominent venues. So, on the other hand, so that's one motivation. On the vendor side, because there's a limited number of vendors, and also we have to admit, you know, if you're looking at the talents, all this technology expert, it's very scarce. And this telco domain knowledge is not something you can acquire easily. And on top, there's a lot of emerging, you know, technology domain, cloudification, automation, virtualization, open source, then cloud native. So therefore, you know, we always fight against these scarce resources. So there is a strong another motivation from the other end that we should work together rather than you know, fragmenting or diversifying our effort too much. So
yeah, so that is exactly the key word where I would like to give the word also to Renny in his role here, CTO Networking and Edge of the Linux Foundation. A good example for a success, I would say.
Yeah, so coming from the Linux Foundation, it's almost difficult to me to explain cooperation and collaboration because that's the only thing we do. But looking at this thing here, Open RAN, I'm sure you all agree it's very complex. I mean, you've all seen the diagrams today, and I'm sure the thought crossed your mind that, boy, this is complex. So it makes no sense for one company, one vendor, one operator to tackle it by themselves. And it makes sense for everybody to work together. On one hand, there is a need for innovation. On the other hand, the end users are expecting the innovation faster and they're not willing to pay more for it. So from the economic side, it doesn't make sense to duplicate the effort to tackle these issues. So the old way that Alex alluded to of standards was good, but it's not good enough these days. We need to find like shorter feedback loops, and open source collaboration is one of the ways to provide those quick feedback loops and innovate faster.
Open source. My question to you is, how do you see the role and importance of open source here in this field?
Yeah, so I think, again, there are many examples that I don't have to work hard to convince you that open source is the way. I'm sure you've all seen things like, of course, everybody hears about the Linux Foundation. Think about the Linux kernel, which is one example of collaboration. But there are other examples like Kubernetes, for example, another project hosted by the Linux Foundation where industry competitors are working together on solving issues while still leaving room for each of them to innovate and show their value. And also another example is ONUP, the Open Networking Automation Platform, where industry leaders have been working for years together on solving the problems commonly. So I think we have a very good track record in open source and in the Linux Foundation specifically of how different industry players and sometimes competitors can work together and be much more efficient in the way they tackle those technical challenges.
Thank you, Renny. From TIP perspective, Dave, what is your view here?
Yeah, I think from the open source perspective, I think Renny's hit the nail on the head there. I think the benefits of that model, and within TIP we probably have a few open source software projects for open Wi-Fi and open automated frequency coordination and some other aspects. And we see the benefits of having that crowdsourced model to be able to drive implementations. It accelerates the development of products, and ultimately that accelerates into market.
Yes.
When it is in market, you have a wider community to help to problem solve and debug and to roll out quickly solutions because you build that community around what you have defined as your open source product. And within TIP, we think that the same thing applies, you know, in terms of how you do open and disaggregated networks. Some which will support open source software, but some don't necessarily need to at this point in time. It's not the priority for some others. But the model that Alex was talking about in terms of avoiding fragmentation is key.
Yep.
And understanding the marketplace and that you have hundreds of operators, each with very different demands, but with also a real common baseline of the same requirements. You can't stretch the vendor ecosystem too far for the open disaggregated world, because there are a lot of new entrants, a lot of new players coming in. And if everybody has their own specific way of productizing, then it's not able to be delivered. So I think a community-based approach whereby operators come together and say, this is the baseline. 80% of all of the operators around the world support this and need these in their products as the requirements. This is what we need to test, and this is what we want to deploy. Yep. And this is the roadmap of how we're going to do it. Yep. I think you only get that in a community-driven approach to make it a success.
And I mean, community means then, of course, cooperation. So cooperation is in our DNA. But how have you been supporting initiatives like the i14y lab here? Slavomir. And you are a professor at the Technical University and at the same time also heading a department at the Fraunhofer Heinrich Hertz Institute. So you have both hats also on.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, so as an academic partner, first of all, our role is a little bit different, right? To do research together with industry partners, but also educate people. So to this end, first of all, we have to attract students to this to the field of mobile communication, which is not easy. We are competing with machine learning and other areas, right? So therefore, I mean, how we support, I think we support by providing top researchers to such projects and also PhD students. So they can work with you on exciting topics and expand their networks, and then after the project you hire them, right? Which is a key issue, I think, in order to be successful here.
True. Alex, from your perspective as Oran Alliance, how?
Yeah, so an Oran Alliance, I mean, if you think about what's the key driver of behind these open ecosystems, it's all about open innovations to make your this new ecosystem around the Open RAN ORAN healthier and also younger and also more open toward, especially toward the startups or new innovators. So then, what's the best way for make their entrance easier? Mm-hmm. Solution is always simple. You have to dramatically lower the entrance barrier for them, right? So this is what the major focus of Oran Alliance is doing. So there are multiple programs. One is a PlugFest. Andreas already mentioned PlugFest, and there will be more PlugFest. And secondly, we are supporting open source by establishing some business contract with the Linux foundations. So this kind of a deep level of engagement between different industry alliance, I think this is very, very important. And signing up the MOU is so easy. Yeah? That's the you cannot give you any benefits. You have to put your money on the table and establish a deeper level of partnership. That way you can see the fruitful outcomes in a very near future. So those are the programs we are focusing.
Yeah, sounds good. So that brings me to the question, what can you tell us about the coordination outreach between the different organizations? And here I would like to ask Dave.
Well, I think it's essential. I think that the model that has brought us to where we are today has been, let's say it's been a great success, right? Over the last 25, 30 years, mobile connectivity, fixed broadband connectivity all round, over half the world's population is connected, which is fantastic in such a short space of time. And you can go to any country now and switch on your phone. Okay, maybe the broadband's not as quick when you're roaming, but you still have access. And that's important for individuals, it's important for business, it's important for everybody. But there's a step change now, and we need to start to embrace that and work out the new way of working. Embracing open disaggregated networks, I think we've had many presentations this morning to talk about the benefits of doing that. But in order to get it into market, the way of working bilaterally between a single operator and a single vendor, or a single operator and multiple vendors to try and coordinate that, is going to be extremely difficult. That's why the role of system integrators is going to be extremely important in actually deploying these networks. But I think it goes beyond just the deploying aspect. It goes right from the very beginning of standards, as Alex was saying. You need to have consensus from all organizations on what the standard should be based on. Right? Now you need to have consensus on what the products need to support as well. And then you should have consensus about what the baseline is for testing those products and recognizing that they're going to be carrier grade. And you want to do that in a community-based approach as well, so that you share those ideas with the community, so that you're accelerating the scale of how you get this into commercial deployments. This is the way that it's only going to work, really. So companies collaborating together and cooperating together in these type of open communities like ORAN Alliance, like Linux Foundation and TIP and i14y is really important to drive forward the community. Now, it goes beyond that as well, because when we just mentioned those names of ORAN Alliance, Linux Foundation and TIP, we also have the responsibility for each of our organizations to make sure that we're aligning in terms of how we're supporting the ecosystem. We're working with new vendors, smaller vendors. It's a new ecosystem that we're building, and we need to make it quite clear what is the value proposition of each organization, how we align and how we work together to build that ecosystem, and that we're not fragmenting the ecosystem, which would lower the case of actual deployments and make it a lot more difficult to do. But we're actually working together in an ecosystem, and everybody understands the value and the chain to build that ecosystem and make it worthwhile.
I mean, I hear the word alignment quite often. Alignment, it sounds easy, but it's not that easy, I guess. But how does it work then in the academic world? Is it different, or how does it work here?
Oh, to be honest, I don't know. But maybe I just would like to use the opportunity to how we could improve the collaboration here within this project, right? So because after listening to several talks, you can get the impression that machine intelligence is an intrinsic or inherent part of Open RAN. So I think that it would be great to collaborate to advance the development of machine intelligence for Open RAN. So the question is, how to, define protocols for data acquisition, exchange, the discussion about data formats, or how to use this lab infrastructure to generate data, and to use the data to calibrate simulations or digital twins, or maybe use the simulation data to complement the measurements and things like this. So this would be my wish.
Yeah, that is what you're working on.
Yes, that's why I'm saying this.
Yeah, so that brings me to my last point. I know this question has been raised quite often, but I like it. What should we be talking in 1 year, or maybe 1.5, we don't know, from now? And here I would like to ask Alex first.
Okay, that's a really good question, Katja. Yeah, so for me, I see a growing momentum in this ORAN, Open RAN ecosystem, and also more and more operators announcing their commercialization commitments for the ORAN solutions. So there's a good indication. So next year is going to be a perfect opportunity, time-wise, to gather all the feedbacks from the trials, field trial, commercial trials, and also we share the lessons learned out of this field trial, and that's going to be very, very valuable for all of us.
Okay, in 1 year, Alex.
1 year, yes.
Exactly. So you already grabbed the mic, so please go ahead, Rennie.
So I think I kind of hope that in 1 year there will be less questions about should we collaborate or should we take part in an open source project, and we'll hear more questions of how do I collaborate and how do I start. I know we're not doing a very good job at making it clear on who's who, and we just mentioned different organizations and platforms. So I hope by next year it will become clearer as a result of this coordination effort. But my advice to everyone in the audience is don't wait for that to complete, but enter the game soon and you'll benefit.
Good point.
Well, firstly, I agree with Alex's point. I think over the years since Open RAN has been discussed, it started off as, maybe 5 years ago as, well, this is a proof of concept. Mm-hmm. Can it work? Can we use, cloud-native technologies to support the RAN system? That was the big question, and that happened in a few trials and in a couple of labs, and the answer came back and said, well, yes, it does work. Then the next step of that was, okay, but can it support the operator requirements that we need for true connectivity in a commercial environment? More trials that happened, and the results came back and said, yes, it actually can. Mm-hmm. There's more development to be done. It's a journey, after all, but it can actually do that. Now we're at the stage now where I think, if you went to Mobile World Congress in Barcelona, the question is not now if Open RAN is going to happen. It's a case of it is happening now, and it's going to grow and grow and grow. So I agree. I think that we're going to see more and more trials. I think in the slides that I had, I think that we had even last year just over 40 different trials and deployments of Open RAN technology. There's going to be more and more of that happening, and there already is now anyway. So I think more and more maturity of Open RAN products with the defined roadmap of how we're going to achieve that full product maturity for commercial grade deployments to satisfy what operators are requesting, backed up by a number of community lab environments like i14y that brings together the ecosystems in particular regions that embrace the open and disaggregated technologies, that start to utilize test automation and CI/CD and continuous testing, that bind into vendors' labs for remote testing as well, and could even bind into operators' labs to show realistically how you could use this as a platform for real commercial deployment.
I think that is a good point. The commercial, we have later also a roundtable talking about the economical impact. We leave that for, but I hear your words, and I remind you then next year if it has become reality. Slavomir.
Do you want me to have the last word? Right?
If you like, I give it to you.
So, I don't know, predicting future is not easy, but after the talk of Jean-Pierre Seifert, I think that we will talk about post-quantum security. Attacks from quantum computers, but maybe open security is something we should talk about.
Yep.
And my wish, from academic point of view, of course, Open RAN in the context of 6G.
6G, okay. Full stop, period. Thanks a lot. I know there is far more to say, but for now I would say the panelists are open. If you have further questions, they are here around. Please feel free to reach out to them. And I think I have to announce that we have a break right now. Yes, Christian is saying yes, so I'm allowed to say that. So more time for networking, enjoy, and then we'll see back 3:45, so that means I don't know, I only see here the slot, but 3:45, please be back for the next round table. Thanks a lot.
Hi everybody, welcome back from the afternoon break. We're ready to start again with the next session. And this is on the economic importance of disaggregation. So it's the topic that's closest to my heart because it's all about money. And so I'm very glad, so I'm honored to be invited to moderate this session. My name is Ray Lemaitre. I'm the editorial director of Telecom TV. You can find my face online on the Telecom TV website if you wish to go and look. And I'm glad to say that we've got 4 great speakers for this session this afternoon. So I'd like to invite them to join me on the stage. Let's give them a round of applause. Okay, so to kick off the session, I'm just going to get the speakers to introduce themselves quickly one by one before we get into this discussion. So let's start here on the left with James.
Good afternoon, guys. Thank you for joining us today, and thanks for asking us along. You can see that we've been split the operators up, so Franz at the end and Vodafone at this end. So, but on a serious note, we should be working together on this. We shouldn't be split and apart. But yeah, so James Grayling, I head up the product integration and performance team within Vodafone under the Open RAN function, and the responsibility there is to make sure that we do the full end-to-end testing of all components within the Open RAN infrastructure.
Okay, thank you, James.
Hey, my name is Boris Maurer, and actually it's not that reason that you want to work together, but actually the true reason why they're on the ends is because they want to, as usual, squeeze us, as Franz said. So I'm Boris Maurer, I'm leading comms and media in Europe for Accenture.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Sławomir Pietrzyk. I'm a CEO and founder at IS Wireless. We are a rising European provider of 5G complete stack of RAN and core functionality. And I was also asked to share some of my hobbies. So for 30 years, I was an athlete doing karate, Kyokushin. That's a full contact karate. Thank you.
So don't mess with Slavomir, that's the message.
I need to rethink my squeezing thing now. Shit. So, hi, you may remember me, you have seen me before. I'm Franz Seiser with Deutsche Telekom running our ORAN program. Still, I have a different perspective on that. You know, one of our guiding principles in Deutsche Telekom is team together, team apart. So we do team together with Vodafone, even though we make sure these guys go in the right direction. We don't squeeze them, but we give them a little bit of direction where the whole journey should go to. That's how I look at it.
Okay, thanks very much, gentlemen. Okay, let's get down to the topic in hand here. And of course, the topic is, why does disaggregation make sense from an economic point of view? And this is a very pertinent question, because I think so far today, we've heard a lot of talk about how Open RAN can deliver better TCO, etc. But not everybody in the industry agrees with that, and not all operators agree with that. So, I mean, what is the economic case for Open RAN? So, James, let's start with you.
Yeah, I mean, TCO has to be probably one of the main drivers behind Open RAN. And I think the reason behind it is that it encourages competition in the market, number one. And I think having competition in the market drives up innovation, but also drives down ultimately cost. So, you know, more competition and more market players, I think, is going to be one of the main drivers. The other thing is around, you know, being able to influence those suppliers and vendors to be able to develop their products to a better level of maturity as well, and getting to the market quicker. And therefore, they're, you know, again, driving down that cost. But one of the other big points around TCO is that if you look at the traditional networks that we have today, sometimes we've got servers and racks in our network that are 20 years old. These are costing us money from an energy perspective and a maintenance perspective. Open RAN brings the opportunity to be able to go in and swap components out much quicker, like an IT world where you can swap out the components after 2 or 3 years. So therefore, you're keeping up to date with the latest technology, far more energy efficient, and being able to drive down the costs on that. So I think TCO is really a main part of Open RAN.
Okay, Boris.
So, James, more or less, I think, made the case. There is 20-30% of CapEx and OpEx reductions to be had, but there's also prerequisites. And the prerequisites is that it's a different way of working. It's more or less getting to own your own destiny. It's different skills and capabilities that CSPs needs to build, and there needs to be also an operating model which is as standardized as the networks are today in order to get to the benefits. So it's also probably something where, and really, you all need to work together, and we all need to work together in the ecosystem to find a way of working, a way how we automate, a way on how we onboard partners, and on how we basically work together in a much more complex ecosystem than we had in the past. And then there is clear benefits to be had. And I would also stress the flexibility. So one thing is the TCO argument, but the other thing is the flexibility and the mastery of the own destiny for CSPs to basically see, and where we are involved now in Open RAN projects, we see that already. If a certain hardware isn't fit for purpose, that you can basically go for another choice. And the swap times are not zero. The investment is not zero, but it's much faster and much better to basically swap out components and use other ones to drive innovation, drive down cost, drive down other KPIs that are important to you to actually create more business benefit faster. And in the end, what I believe will be the key value driver is on a network that you build on Open RAN principles, you will be able to deploy much faster and change much faster, and that will create end customer value in the enterprise, but also finally in the B2C arena.
Okay. Slavomir, anything so far you disagree with?
So far, actually, I agree with those statements. So the TCO, of course, that's one point. But even with the same TCO as with a single RAN, I would say it is an advantage to go for an open and disaggregated system because you have a freedom of choice then. And that's a very important thing that you don't see until you are really pressed by the monopoly of somebody else. And I would say that we would need to add the cost factor to the single RAN solutions, and that's the cost that you need to account when you are really dependent on just one provider. And RAN networks are wide area networks, so you cannot mix vendors over a large area, typically. That makes them monopolistic, unfortunately. So to add to that, one point is that open ecosystems and open systems, disaggregated systems, they are also unleashing the bottom-up creativity of smaller players. And that's very important. You have not only more choices, but you have more healthy environment to compete and to get the best of the breed out of what the environment has. This is, I think, very important factor. Thanks.
And would you count your company as an example of this?
Yes, to a certain extent. We are still small, but we've seen already smaller players as well, and they really add value. They can add value.
Okay. Franz?
Yeah, I fully agree to everything that has been said, but let me look at it from a slightly different perspective. So economic sense is TCO, sure, but it's also top line. What can you do to provide something new, make your customer more happy? And as said multiple times, the supplier market for traditional RAN is shrinking all the time. I have seen it myself. And as a matter of fact, with only very few very big suppliers, it's almost impossible to differentiate because they have their standard product, so you can deploy the standard product. You can differentiate by number of sites, but there's very little you can do on top. So what could we do? And the answer, as explained already, was disaggregate, enable smaller players, and there will be many small players which are much more, it makes much more sense for them to work with few operators to provide some more tailor-made solutions. They're all made of software. So there is much more opportunity for operators to differentiate, to bring new products, to bring them fast, to not only lower TCO, but also provide new opportunities that hopefully will attract customers and also help to run our top line. So TCO is the one thing, but being flexible, having new products fast to work on the top line is the second thing.
Okay, so just as a quick follow-up, can I ask you then if you think that there's maybe too much focus when it comes to the cost of Open RAN? Is there too much focus on, will it be more expensive or less expensive to buy and deploy the technology and not so much on what that technology will enable?
As of today, yes. Why? Because we have this incredible amount of, and we knew that. With disaggregating, we introduce, or we're not introducing, but we make visible to us a lot of a complexity that has simply not been visible to us. And we need to manage. And obviously managing complexity leads to a certain amount of cost, especially if it's between different companies. And this is why we are here and we try to solve that. But the other thing, which is not yet talked so much, of course, is this famous RIC, where this, from my perspective, this will be the differentiator. But unfortunately, you need to have that deployed in your complete network. Once you make the radio a programmable platform, and these X apps and R apps, that's something where much smaller companies can make a lot of sensible business that we can then goes more into the top line side.
Yeah, this RIC chap is very popular. I've noticed that today. But James, you wanted to come in on this point.
Well, I was going to talk about Mr. Rick as well, because I think, you know, somebody said to me the other day that Open RAN isn't a technology change. It's a whole evolution in the way that we operate as an industry. And what I mean by that is that you can change the technology, you can change the way that we deploy sites, you can change the way that we work as technology and collaborative working, but actually we've got to bring the business with us, and the overarching business case around why we're doing Open RAN is possibly more important than the actual TCO, because that will feed into it. And RIC comes into play, because you can work with your business teams to say, well, actually, we can go and work with enterprise customers from a private network perspective, or giving slices, or providing certain X apps, R apps that are specific to those customer needs. And that's where the game changer is going to come with Open RAN.
Okay, great. Yeah, Boris.
So, and if you think about it, what is the alternative? The alternative is to continue in the model that we have today, which is proven that actually, if you look at the return of invested capital, it's just going down. So there is a study from our friends at McKinsey which shows that basically the spread, so what telcos really earn on their deployed capital over their capital cost is going to zero. This is where it is today. So there needs to be a change. There needs to be new value. And where should this value come from if not the telcos basically allow that new streams of open innovation come to their place and can be moderated by them to their customers and drive innovation? So I think it's a little bit no choice but taking it and make the best out of it and really get on top of it to drive this innovation. And become this master of the future destiny of telcos. And there's so much to be had.
Okay, so we need to factor in the services potential that Open RAN can enable. But of course, total cost of ownership is going to be incredibly important, because at the end of the day, whether you have a small private network or a very large national network, the CFO will need to sign off at some point, and therefore total cost of ownership and the models around that are incredibly important. So how can a network operator work out the potential total cost of ownership of an Open RAN, a disaggregated network, when there aren't too many examples to point to now? There isn't many use cases that one can refer to. So how can this equation be brought about, and how can a TCO be measured? Slavomir, let's start with you on this.
So first of all, you can apply the methodologies known from the areas where disaggregation happened, like the IT industry. That was mentioned already here. Well, I take this question as the question about the methodology. So you may base your calculations not on an experience of cases that you have seen, but on the model of reality that you take. And typically, the network costs are dimensioned based on calculating the number of nodes, knowing the cost models, and summing this up to see what will be the capex and opex. So that's like the basic thing. Now, on top of that, we can include, if you ask about the methodology, gains that you expect to have from using disaggregated systems. And for the deployments that we are familiar with, so the very first disaggregated deployments that we tend to call wave one, where we have separation of software from hardware, you can add or you can account multiplexing gain coming from sharing of resources. That's one thing. Another thing is you can count using commercial off-the-shelf electronics, servers, into account. You can count automation of deployment and savings that are stemming from automating and the reduction of manpower. But there will be more. For Open RAN Wave 2, so things that we are expecting in the coming, let's say, 2 years, I think that what will be very important to take into account will be the reuse of existing infrastructure that is already there in many cases. The infrastructure that means computing resources, either dedicated or shared, and front-haul resources. We think that we will not have to lay them in all the cases for the purpose of building the network, that we will be reusing as much as possible what is already existing. Of course, it needs, I would say, the next level of disaggregation of our solutions, of the solution, because then the network functionality should be like a liquid kind of. You should pour it into the available resources. So that's a bit more difficult thing. And the second point to complete this, to be taken into account, and also an indication where you can find cost savings, is the efficient use of radio resources. RIC, to a certain extent, will help to get us there. But I think there will be more to be done at the level of really real-time management of those resources. We will see ultra-dense rollouts of radio networks with interference present. That needs coordination, that needs management. And by appropriate allocation of resources, we can save a lot of them. So to give the range of savings can be like our research indicates up to 50% of the capacity can be provided when using the same bandwidth with the application of intelligent radio resource management algorithms.
Okay, so quite a list of potentials there to try and put monetary aspects against. Boris, are there any models or blueprints for trying to figure out the TCO of these disaggregated networks, or are we not at that stage yet?
I mean, we have not so many networks that are running, so but we have some. We have the Rakuten network in Japan, and we have some other cases on which we can identify drivers and use them for TCO calculations. And we have TCO models that we're using and we can apply. So I think, and we're getting smarter by the day. And I think that also should probably be the mindset. We are on a journey. So if we accept that TCO is important, but there is no choice for the industry but to go down this route, it's also a dynamic thing that we prove certain parameters that we actually think we need to achieve to ourselves and then expand. When we are there, expand. This is how also startups are doing it. You prove to yourself that certain things work. With the parameters that you set out should be the target, and then you expand on them and you basically go and do that. The key thing is you need to do it right from inception. So you need to go fully automated in a new way of working and basically prove to yourself that you start there, because otherwise you will prove to yourself that you cannot do it. And that is the challenge I think we need to solve.
Right, okay, and this is why facilities like this lab exist, because these things need to be tested and proved with lots of different companies involved. Now, as we've already heard on multiple occasions today, the integration aspect, obviously, around disaggregated networks is absolutely key to the whole process of bringing these things together and to the collaborative process. But of course, putting these disaggregated architectures together requires a lot of effort, a lot of integration, and a lot of ongoing supervision and management of the resulting networks. So in this case, do the economics only make sense for the very largest operators that have teams, internal teams that can manage this, and internal skills and the resources to put to this? James?
I think the question is possibly twofold. One is, for a greenfield operator, I think the only way is Open RAN. I was going to say the only way is Essex then, but the only way is Open RAN. Sorry, it's an English joke. No, the only way is Open RAN because it is the future of what we've just discussed. I think from a brownfield perspective, the smaller operators will come on the journey with the larger tier 1 and tier 2s. The reason I say that is because all of the investment that we do in locations such as this and labs such as this, and all of our own personal investment, will pave the way for the smaller operators to come on the Open RAN journey with the industry. I honestly believe that if you would start up a business now, Open RAN would be the way to go. But I think we're sort of early in the actual deployment phase and the integration phase, and I think that's where the investment will come, and the smaller operators will follow suit thereafter.
Okay. So, Franz, do you agree that the larger operators, the tier 1s, can lead the way, make the proof points, put in the effort, and then the smaller operators can benefit from this?
That's actually exactly what's happening as we speak, right? I mean, radio networks or mobile communication, it's a scale game. It's all about scale. The reason why we can provide and build networks at this price point, because we have global scale, which is of course important also going forward. This is one of the keys. And yes, today it's incredible effort, but we do things like this lab exactly to lower the effort going forward. That once we to some extent take the burden and invest on top because we are so convinced. That's why we do the MOU and stuff together also with Vodafone and a couple of our peers here to make that happen. But it would be totally stupid, sorry if I say it like that, if we would keep that exclusive to big players. That would never fly. That it has to be over time a commodity technology that everyone can integrate. Of course, there's always some work to be done, but that has to be minimized. The most of the stuff happens in community. Small part then happens in your own lab. That may still be a little bit more than what you do today, because today you do almost nothing. Everything is done by the supplier. So a little bit is coming. But that's it. Regarding management and supervision, the answer is automation. Yeah. It's the only way how you can do it anyhow. Because of that complexity, you don't even want to think. It would like you start to manually intervene in a data center. Every time that happens, you can read afterwards in the press that the data center fell over and was out of service because someone thought he needs to manually intervene. That always goes wrong, right? And that's exactly the idea of how this has to develop.
And I think automation, we haven't touched upon it a huge amount here today, well, on this panel, but automation is going to be key to this. And the way that we operate a network has to change significantly. Things like alarm management, fault management, optimization, and so on. That's where the smaller operators will see some real genuine benefit, because it is going to be automated, it's going to be artificial intelligence, it's going to be machine learning. And we're there already, but we're going to be able to capitalize on that far more.
Just to make sure you don't miss it. This does not mean smaller ones should lay back and wait. And of course, they are more than
they're more than welcome on the journey to come to here with us.
Yes, yes.
Yes. Well, let DT and Vodafone do all the work. That's nice.
No, that's not it. That's not it. The earlier you join, the earlier you benefit from it, because you need to go through the skill journey. You need to understand what you need to do, how to. That's what we are doing already. But it's really an invite also to these guys. Come. Start to familiarize yourself so you're ready in due time to take part of that and also the advantages that will bring.
Okay. And Boris, you wanted to come in quickly?
Small disagreement, very small disagreement.
Great.
I think that actually software and cloud kills scale. So actually smart, fast-moving teams that do it right from the beginning, that basically drive an automated DevSecOps pipeline directly from the beginning, that is actually what you do and start in relatively small teams. And then you scale it up when it works. So I think that both Deutsche Telekom, Vodafone, as well as small operators will start small, create a new operating model that you only can create in a group of 100 people. And then you have the next 100 people. So you need to have those 100 people with which you start doing this, and then you expand your teams. So think about it this way. What is the task to be done? What is the team that you need to get the task done and to get the automation? And I think this can come from every angle. And nobody thought about Rakuten before it happened. And so it can come from different angles, and different components will come from different angles. And I think the key thing, and this is where you started, is the collaboration. So I'm so happy that there is TIP. I'm so happy that the industry comes together and collaborates. Because it will not work if we don't basically are open and learn from each other and pick what worked here and do it there. And I think this is what we will do much more in this industry, and it's pre-competitive. The differentiation comes then on top of that. What do you do with the capability that you can deploy in real time? What do you do with that? But first, to get to that, this is something which is a joint task for the industry.
Okay. Now, we've just got a few minutes left, and there's one aspect of the economics of disaggregation I just want to touch on. And you said if you were starting up a company now, you would focus on Open RAN, but how economically feasible is it for new entrants in Europe to build a company based on the Open RAN market? Is the market big enough? Are the rewards great enough? Is there enough support? So Slavomir, I want to come to you on this, because you're obviously best placed here to address that question.
Yeah, thank you very much. So is the market big enough? I think that we all know those predictions about that are published here and there about $6 billion of the market value in 2025, roughly being Open RAN being 10% of the total market or something like that. But imagine that it is 100%. Imagine that right now we have a base station that serves a number of customers, but in order to benefit fully from the bandwidth that you have available, one base station, one radio unit should serve one phone, one UE. That requires really high densification of a network, and that's what we believe in. Now, for such dense and massive deployment of networks, possibly with installations already there, I mean pre-installed elements of the network, like right now nobody sees people laying Ethernet cables in the offices. They are already there, while 15 years ago, if you wanted a network cabling in the office, you should on purpose light and draw holes in the wall and install things. So I think that the market potential is really huge because the traffic demand raises exponentially. So that is an indicator of the speed with which the companies should move forward. And that's what the investors love. This is this hockey stick that they want to see. So, this is what we are following.
But do you think, are the investors there? Are there companies out there willing to say, I've got 10 million to invest in a new startup, you're focused on Open RAN, yes, I'm going to put my money on it?
That is a very valid question. I can say that there is a good seed capital available in Europe. Our company was able to raise around $8 million in various grants or VC funding. There is significant capital available when you are able to show repetitive sales, but for the area in between, you know, that's a tough part. That's a tough part.
Okay. And anybody else got a view on how the market can support new entrants? You know, we hear at this event and other events, you know, we want new innovators to come in and be, you know, and expand the ecosystem. But this can only happen if they have the funds to be able to do this. So, any thoughts on how this can be enabled without actually giving them some cash? I mean, does Deutsche Telekom or Vodafone have any sort of, labs or facilities where startups can go in and work for a while and find their feet?
I think that's why labs like this are so important. So I'm not answering your question directly, but there are many labs around the globe that are encouraging startup companies to come in. So, you know, and we could name a few. So Sonic, UKTL, or the lab here. And what we're doing here is encouraging that ecosystem development for a plug-a-fest or plug-a-thon or whatever you want to call it. And it's saying, come and show me your wares, show me what you can do, and we can develop together and co-create. And I think that's the most important part. The challenging part around that is how do we govern all of that? And that's the bit that we need to address. But yes, I think there are enough labs out there to be able to develop the startup companies.
Okay, Franz.
That's the one part. And the second part is what area the company is looking at. There are many puzzle pieces you need to build to deliver an open RAN system. And some are easier, some are more complex. So starting with a massive MIMO active antenna may be a bit challenging for a startup. Right. So to say, right? The other areas that may be a bit easier to come in, that's of course also something you need to consider here.
Okay. Well, that was an incredibly quick half an hour. We have unfortunately run out of time, but I'm sure the speakers here will be around if anybody wants to come and talk to them afterwards. But in the meantime, let's give a round of applause to our 4 speakers here. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you, and thanks for listening, and we'll hand over now to the next session. Thanks very much.
So, ladies and gentlemen, it is really my true honor to welcome on the stage Alexandra Mose. Alexandra, it's so great to have you here. So, can you just tell us a little bit about what you are doing nowadays?
Yeah, it's really great to be here. I'm head of the division technology funding in the Federal Ministry of Digital and Transport. And it's that division that is responsible for co-funding the lab. So I'm really happy to be here and to see what the lab is about and to see so many people here. It's really great.
Thank you, Alessandra. And it's really a great honor to have you here today. I know that you have a very hectic agenda, but since you are giving us all your support along the way, we couldn't have done this without you. And it's really good that you are part of this constellation of guest speakers today. So, with no further delay, the floor is yours, and perhaps you can also give us some notes about this important topic. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen. Mobile technology, mobile telecommunications technology connects today millions of people and it's an integral part of everyday life in Germany and in the world. But it does so much more. For example, it connects machines and manufacturing processes. It connects various traffic participants of the mobile sector. So it's a really important technology. And mobile technology is constantly evolving to keep pace with the latest demands for high-speed connectivity and universal coverage. At the same time, economic and political frameworks increasingly add importance on issues such as energy efficiency, sustainability, and network resilience, as well as dependencies on non-EU manufacturers. These factors must be considered throughout all phases of mobile network rollout. Open RAN can be a means to facilitate flexible rollout of mobile networks, making continuous cost-effective adaptation to changing conditions and new opportunities possible. Open RAN disaggregates what is sometimes perceived as black boxes currently offered by individual manufacturers, and it combines components of various manufacturers via open interfaces. As a result, there is no need to replace all network hardware and software when upgrading, as is the case in proprietary network solutions. Also, more and more functions are implemented as software rather than with specialized hardware. This can not only speed up innovation cycles, it also promotes competition. Smaller manufacturers can concentrate on specific components and differentiate themselves from their competition with greater efficiency or flexibility. I think that as a nation of hidden champions, Germany has a lot to gain if a market of this kind with small, highly specialized providers of Open RAN components establishes itself. In this way, the Open RAN approach is also an opportunity to strengthen Europe's digital sovereignty. That is why it is imperative that Germany and Europe enhance their position in this market. To this end, the Federal Ministry for Digital and Transport is providing financial funding of up to 300 million euros from the June 2020 economic stimulus program aimed at development and trial of new software-based network technologies until 2024. Funding support for Open RAN started last May. The Open Lab for Open RAN consortium application, now called the i14y lab, was particularly interesting for the ministry. We consider it important that good technology or service ideas can be marketed swiftly and successfully. Of course, that means they have to be tested first. Ideally, testing should cost as little as possible and with as little administrative burden as possible. The i14y lab offers potential users exactly that. It lets startups and small or nascent companies test their products under laboratory conditions. And I'm very delighted to see what the consortium has built in such a short time. I was able to see it some time ago, and it gives potential users the infrastructure of a laboratory environment for Open RAN components, as well as workstations to monitor the trial runs. The lab itself has full-time specialist supervision, creating a framework that enables individual users to carry out trial runs quickly and easily. So I can only encourage potential users to take the opportunity to use this service in the heart of Berlin. Turn your ideas into something real. More momentum in the innovative network technology sector boosts competition, fuels innovation in other areas of the digital transformation, and gives Germany and Europe greater digital sovereignty. This is why my ministry will continue to fund research and trialing activities for Open RAN and other innovative network technologies again this year and in the years to come. We are now in the final stages of drawing up a funding scheme which will be published this summer. With this funding, we want to support manufacturers of hardware and software for innovative mobile network technologies, network architects, service providers, and users themselves. We want to kickstart the market with this funding. With its facilities, the lab can make a major contribution to this too. I look forward to following the lab's progress in future and its participants' leading-edge test activities. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Alessandro, for your great remarks and encouragement, and we keep going, and thanks for your support. Very good. All right, so I guess, Peter, you are looking to me, and I will be welcoming you here in the stage because you are the moderator of the next talk, right? The need for a European ecosystem. What an interesting topic.
Absolutely.
We are closing with the golden key with this topic, right?
I hope so. I hope so. Because today we had it all. You know, it was a fantastic day. I will hope you will join this, join me in this statement, because we had lovely keynotes. We had, we talked about strategy, technology, the roadmap, and now we are closing the day with, I think this is a topic of equal importance. That's the framework and the policy,
Absolutely.
Right? Who makes all that magic happen.
Indeed.
So I'm really looking forward for the next half an hour.
Same here, Peter. I will leave you.
Thank you very much.
The floor is yours. Thank you, Peter.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I think the reason you are here today, this is because you all believe to a great extent that Open RAN is a tremendous opportunity for the global telecommunications industry, right? From what we heard today, it promises better services for clients, more revenue, better resilience for the networks and for the supply chain, faster service innovations, new business opportunities for old and new players, right? So that's all fantastic. And last but not least, it provides a pathway for the much talked about digital sovereignty, right? So those are huge promises what we are having, and how can we make all those promises happen? My name's Peter Findel from Capgemini, and in the next 25 minutes, together with a great panel, we are exploring the need for a European ecosystem for Open RAN. So please, let me welcome our guests at the stage. So guys, thank you very much for joining in today. Alexandra, let me start right away with you. You have already been introduced just a couple of minutes ago. In the preparation for the speech, I need to say, we talked about the professional career, and from Alexandra we know that she's a hotshot at the ministry, but there is one thing that I found most interesting. You have a background in geology and psychology.
Yeah.
That's the most amazing combination I've ever heard. Yeah. Since many years, you're in the governmental field, right? And now with the technology funding, the 300 million euros you mentioned, it's still ringing in my ears. So thank you very much for being here today. Jonne, next from Nokia, right? So also an industry veteran, need to say. You currently serve as the head of open source initiatives of Nokia, and now is it really true for over 30 years? Yeah.
So I haven't been in that role over for 30 years.
Yes, but in the industry, right, yeah. A lot of companies, right, finally Nokia, Broadcom, a lot of companies. So pleasure having you here. And last but not least, directly from Madrid, right, Eusebio, also an industry veteran from, I must say, very impressive career, from real a network engineer to business strategy, and now the head of Internet Public Policy. Wonderful. Thank you very much. Very lovely to having you here. Let me start with a quick question. The first one, or with a small thesis. Yeah? When we talk about the Open RAN ecosystem, right, we have covered all parts today, but I think it's we should mention it again, because it's semiconductors somehow, it's the Open RAN software, the Open RAN hardware, it's the cloud providers, and it's the whole development activity that needs it. Yeah? And this is a huge undertaking, I need to say. So, and therefore, if we look at Europe at the moment, hopefully nobody is killing me for that, but not on all of those areas we are in a pole position right now. So there is a certain catch-up to do, right? And so this undertaking, what we have, it's a huge one. And that brings me to my first question, Alexandra. So driving such an open ecosystem, it's a complex and undertaking, right? And at least to my knowledge, there are no silver bullets to make that happen overnight. So in your opinion, what have been the biggest challenges and opportunities so far in Germany, or if you want to talk about in Europe for that?
Yeah, I think from my perspective, it's very important that I think we have learned a lot about this technology, but we still have to learn a lot more. That is why we fund the lab and other projects. And I think we have to look very carefully on issues like security, energy efficiency, feasibility aspects, and how to connect the different components in the ecosystem. So I think that is an important challenge. If we can bring these components together, then Open RAN can really be a key issue for 5G and for mobile technology. But from my point of view, testing is important, learning is important. These issues I've mentioned, security, energy efficiency, and also digital sovereignty are, from my perspective, very important. Mm-hmm. And that these are also the challenges. And looking at opportunities, yes, I think the market has a lot of opportunities for the business in Europe, in Germany, mm-hmm. for a lot of companies, the possibility to specialize on certain aspects of the ecosystem. I think that is a really good opportunity, and we should use this opportunity, and that is the reason why we are so why it is so important for us to fund this project and to help smaller companies to find their entry in the market.
Mm-hmm. Wonderful, thank you. Jonne, from a Finnish perspective, what does it take to drive an ecosystem besides some good Finnish sisu?
Oh, thank you very much. Of course, that is always required to have at least somebody with good Finnish as issue. But the thing is basically that if you think about telecommunication especially, telecommunication now lives in Europe. We have a lot of the telecommunication sector actually in Europe. We have a lot of very important operators, world-leading operators, who are leading the technology and the adoption of the technology, and we have leading vendors in Europe. So Europe is in a very good position to kind of like drive the next generation of telecommunication. And when we think about it, and this is maybe a little bit self-serving in saying this, but in a way, when we look at modern mobile networking, that is, its home was Europe. It came from GSMA, it came from GSM, it came from ETSI, and that is the tradition on which we have built the technology that we're using today in 5G. And now building the ecosystem, getting new players in, getting universities in, it becomes even more important, and it becomes also important that we continue this, and Europe stays central in telecommunication is extremely important, and without a living ecosystem, without a modern ecosystem, that is not possible. And what Alexandra said, for instance, tying it to the i14y lab, is that basically it's not anymore people dressed like I am today, because I seem I'm a little bit overdressed. But the thing is basically that dressed like this, shuffling papers and the discussion with each other in a matter of going, yes, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, and so on. But actually trying things out is so important. And that is the modern way of doing things.
Right, yeah. I'm glad you say that, because we heard it before, you know, this collaboration and working together. I'm think Shamik said it, yeah. So that's the spirit. Thank you very much for that, yeah. Eusebio.
What do you want from me?
Yeah.
I would put it in another angle. I mean, I would put it in the same level, the opportunity and the challenge, and the risk. There is a global race for Open RAN. There are other regions having a determined bet on Open RAN. Despite Germany is doing pretty well, and this is a good example, Europe has to come with a common voice. We are strong together, okay? But more important, we have the ingredients. We have an ecosystem that is growing up, which is getting together. We have the knowledge coming also from the previous, from the traditional vendors. So we just need to build up the kitchen. And this is what we need in Europe. This is the opportunity for Europe. Not lagging behind of other regions on Open RAN.
That's the spirit. Thank you very much. Picking up on that, and Alexandra, on your interesting keynote, which next steps do you see in the government's roadmap? We heard a little bit, but maybe you could elaborate a little bit on that further. I think the audience is very keen.
Yeah, as I already pointed out, we are now working on a new funding scheme for research and trialing of innovative network technologies, including Open RAN. And I also mentioned that we are want to spend up to 300 million euros this year and the next 2 years, so in the period to 2024. And yeah, we are working on this draft, and I could say, if I had my rucksack with me, I have a draft in it. It's not ready, but yeah, we want to support a lot of more projects with this new funding scheme, and yeah, one focus of this funding scheme is to support especially smaller and businesses and startups. And we want to fund a very broad range of different types, from studies to standardizations to concrete projects in this field. So a very broad approach for funding. And we had planned with this funding scheme to be ready this summer, and we will be ready this summer. So it's a question of some weeks. I do not know if it is July or August, but it's really near.
very good. The future sounds bright.
Yeah, and I hope so. There will be a lot of good ideas that we can fund from the people here and all the others who are into the field of this technology. And we are really looking forward to getting a lot of good ideas that we can fund.
Excellent. That sounds good. Yeah. Xavier, Jonne, from your point of view, something to add, something you wish for that?
No, first of all, that sounds very good. I'm happy to hear that, and excited to hear that. And if you want, I can read through the draft that you have. I can give some pointers. But the thing is basically that I think that this is kind of like where governments are at their best. It's bringing kind of parties together that wouldn't naturally come together. And especially driving research, of the next step, because this is something that what is needed, and it's needed, of course, in Europe, it's needed in Germany, it's needed locally in other countries as well. And the thing is basically that to make sure that the ecosystem stays vibrant, that the kind of like we keep on researching the next thing, that we don't stop, and they're really this like bringing together. And especially when it's bringing together things like the private sector and academia and those kind of things that don't necessarily always meet naturally. And then that is, of course, something that I'm really looking forward to how the new fund works for these.
I would add something to that. I think it's really important to bring together all these different parts, and the universities are also very important, but for getting these things into the market, I think it's really, really important to have the companies, the smaller companies, that have to work with these technology to help them to find their way into the technology. I think that that is a way into the market. And I think we have a lot of research in the academic field, but we have to bring it on the road. I think that's the main point.
And I completely agree. The thing is basically that this is, so I did point a lot of the academic research, but there is a step sometimes that is missing between the academic research and actually commercializing the great research that is done. And it's good that you're addressing that.
Should I say anything else? I mean, they have already covered all the topics. Yeah, it's difficult to be the last one. So let me just put some figures, and then I will explain why. There is a competitiveness and resilience partnership that is putting $4.5 billion on the next generation of networks, including Open RAN in the open philosophy, because there is no debate that the open networks is the future. With that, all the things that have been mentioned can be either granted, either funded, either helping them to thrive or to escalate, and someone was debating whether the escalation is a problem or not. We consider that there is a problem of escalation. The pace of escalation, because we are already, I will repeat it, we are in a race because other regions are doing things right now. Us even having some bills in some senates, I don't mention the country, but that's why. May I mention standardization and certification?
Yes.
Thank you.
You will have open ears here in the audience?
Yeah. This environment is extremely productive. It's amazing how things evolve and the pace that things are happening. But then we need to bring that into standards. It's relevant to have standards because that allows you to have certifications following such standards. And one of the most important things that Open RAN aims to provide to the community is a plug-and-play scenario. And the way to have a plug-and-play is that you can go once, certificate yourself against the standard, and then go to the market. It solves a lot of things, a lot of the problems that the big companies have already been suffering for a long time, but also making it possible for small and medium companies. Because, let me just say, no one company could provide everything that we will need in the future for these networks.
Jose, but that's a good point. Speaking about a variety of suppliers, plug-and-play interoperability. If I look at around here, we have telco operators, the equipment providers, government to provide the framework, and potentially consultancy and engineering players. Yeah? But what I'm missing here, are we doing enough to integrate the European semiconductor and component industry yet in that undertaking? Yeah. That was a question. Or a statement. Yeah, I don't know.
I kind of like blank because I was going what semiconductor industry, but the thing is, the kind of like that is a good question, and I'm sure that there is can be more can be done, and maybe that is the next step that we have to look at. But the thing is of course, basically. This is an ecosystem where we need all the layers, and we need to look at how we use those layers and how those layers play in together into the kind of like get a common solution in the end. Of course, we already look at the companies like ARM is very much something that is used in all modern products and so on. There are other companies that are providing providing actual chips, not just IP. And there is, for instance, there is on the UE side, there are companies in Europe that are actually quite strong, especially in the IoT side. So I think that yes, but of course that what kind of like my friend here talked about standardization, it is also important that those are part of those kind of groups. They're part of the standardization. They're part of these kind of labs and so on, so that there's a low barrier for them to enter in semiconductor, especially in areas where we like upcoming areas like IoT, where there is still room for new semiconductor vendors to come in.
So you would say the European Chips Act needs an addendum?
No, I think it's a kind of like it's good to have, and I was thinking today both about this presentation or this panel that we're having and the kind of discussion that what you were saying before, is that, okay, what is special European? What is special in this kind of like, why do we need a European ecosystem? Why isn't a global ecosystem enough? Yeah. And the thing is basically that especially when you go to more smaller companies and so on, it's usually local, how they have to be addressed. It's not, they don't necessarily have the means or the knowledge how to come to the kind of like global systems, ecosystem. So things like this help a lot of concentrating those and bringing a possibility for them to enter.
Yeah. Thank you for that. Maybe following up that question to both of you, Sebi and Jonne. So in your opinion, you have a much wider view, right? So across all Europe from your activities, do you think the overall, it's a very generic question, I know, but the overall stamina, the commitment, towards this ecosystem building, is it strong enough? What do we want more?
Thank you. Finally, I'm first. Thank you very much. Thank you for the question. Thank you for this question. I think I have already a bunch of the feeling of operator. I'm not talking on behalf of operators, on behalf of Telefónica, but my feeling, talking of two other operators.
As an industry expert.
Industry, yeah, they say that this, is that we can do more. I mean, we have been doing really great as a Europe, for the cloud. Okay, we have decided to go for an alliance for cloud, to have a European cloud, by the way, which is really necessary also for Open RAN, for the cloudification of network functions. We have made also a strong bet on micro, as you were in microchips, but we saw that it was more in the automation, it was more related, not really with off the shelf, but commercial off the shelf, but more related with specific microchips, which is normal because Europe is a big automation producer. But I miss a bit more emphasis and also on telecommunications processors.
Okay,
actually.
Understood.
So why not having the same kind of alliance, European alliance for Open RAN? Why not? I think you don't have to put that in the agenda. Have to take Open RAN, actually open networks, not only Open RAN, open networks, as a strategic point matter to incorporate in the agenda.
Okay.
That's my view.
Thank you.
It would be silly of anybody to say, well, you cannot do more. Absolutely, this is it. This is the only thing that we can do. No, you can always do more. And the thing is that there are good ideas, what my friend here said, but there is also the kind of like, there are kind of like, we were a little bit, what you said, for instance, we were a little bit slow to the cloud, for instance. It's also that it's not just we need to concentrate on Europe, but we need to also see what's happening in other places and react quickly on those as well. So for instance, with cloud Europe, we were a little bit slow. And it's not that, it's kind of like, in the technology-wise, the good thing is that the technologies are mostly open. They're open source, so, and we're active in those things as well and stuff like that. But the question is also, how do we see that we get, when there is something new, how do we get the knowledge, how do we build the competencies also in Europe, and how do we keep current in that kind of way? And there is always what we can do. And this is kind of coming back to you, what you said, something between academia and actual products is that how do we get from very theoretical knowledge to the actual kind of applying that knowledge to products, and applying that knowledge also to our solutions of companies that already exist, or kind of like on operators. And that is something that where we need to do more, most probably as well. And how do we work together that we also get those technologies that come across.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. A good point, you know, going from the talk to the walk, right? So we know we can do more, we can do better, but I'm pretty sure there are some best practices, good examples we want to put in the limelight today, right? Not only, also a little bit to where we need to go, but what's the starting base, yeah? Alexandra, maybe you have some show ponies you want to mention from Germany? What has been done? What worked well?
Well, from my perspective, I look at the projects we are funding. There are really some interesting projects there. Okay, we have spoken a lot about this lab, but there are also Open RAN cities. We have Project Protopolis, and I think we will see in the next months what they can, the success of these projects. And but I think that there are a lot more of really good projects, really good examples. I think that my colleagues are better to explain this and the technology behind it. But I want to come back to something Jonas said, the application. We have discussed a lot about our funding scheme and where is the market for the technology. And we are the Ministry for Digital Transport, so we are also looking at this transport and mobility issue. And I think there is a lot of opportunity in this sector, but I also think there are a lot of potential users who don't know it. And I think there we can do more to bring the idea of the technology to potential users. And I think when we are able to do this, then we will have a lot of really, really good examples.
Excellent. Thank you. Yeah. You guys, a few projects you would highlight?
I'm not sure if you want to hear from someone, but for some country outside of Europe, maybe it's relevant or not.
We are in Germany, yeah, but I think we are good hosts, so we are happy to and eager to learn, right, from other good examples, yeah, or what came to your mind, yeah. So feel free to speak out. Yeah?
It is really the approach that the Brazilian government made with Open RAN. So they established something similar, what has been done here, but they opened 3 different streams. One devoted for the commercial outcome of Open RAN, whether they can help, whether they can bring some advantages, because this is not a developing country, but have a lot of rural areas, huge rural areas. Then also they have a technological stream, which is dealing with security for sure.
Right.
We cannot deny that we have some challenges on security, but we can deal with that. And also with interoperability. We have not yet mentioned interoperability, which is really relevant. And that links with standards and so on. And finally, they have a regulatory stream also. But surprisingly, they are not wanting to regulate Open RAN. What they are looking for is for those legal or infra-legal barriers that could stop the development of a technology which is so promising like Open RAN.
Good, thank you. I think you dropped a few interesting words. Security, push the button, yeah? We will keep this for the next i14y Lab Summit, yeah? Otherwise we will be here for a long time, yeah? Good. From your point of view, anything to add?
No, I don't have much to add. I was just thinking about that when you Alexandros, you talked about applications and things like that. But with the Open RAN ecosystem, we're now with, I think that somebody should mention this guy that was mentioned in the panel before, Mr. Rick.
Yeah.
And so the thing is basically, it's bringing a kind of like completely new kind of way, a new kind of development on top of the networks, basically digitalizing the network in the way that you can actually program it. And that most probably needs new kind of players and new kind of entities that have new ideas in that as well. And I think that that is something that something like i14 Lab can really create, is bringing these application vendors, bringing both of that, the users of the networks, but also the kind of like new companies that could build these, for instance, X applications on top of the network in a new way.
Good, excellent. To conclude our panel for today, I want to borrow the last question from Katja Henke. You know, she's a legend in the i14y Lab together with Andreas, right? And Katja's famous question is always, what should we be talking about in a year from now? Which progress would you like to have seen? Yeah.
Well, first of all, we learned that we have to speak about security,
right,
in a year.
Yeah.
And I really hope that we see a lot of good examples in the lab of testing of good results. I also hope that we can talk about of a lot more projects we can fund, a lot really good ideas of application of standardization maybe, but well, I really hope that for our funding scheme we will have a lot of good examples and maybe a lot more topics to discuss, a lot more ideas what can we do with a new technology, and yeah, I think that would be a good thing in 1 year.
Good, thank you. Eusebio.
May I say my view and then a wish?
Of course.
My wish is that finally the interfaces and the specifications of Open RAN be developed by our alliance get into the traditional standard development organizations. That's my wish. So I hope that next year we can hear saying that there is a new one, or there is a new group, or ISG, or even in ETSI, or another standardization bodies dealing with this. My view in terms of going commercial, I say that we were talking about the first massive implementations. It doesn't, I mean, I'm not talking about hundreds of millions, but massive implementations. And as you know me with another example, we already provide with Open RAN technology on 4G in the Peruvian country more than 2.5 million of people with 4G. So this is nothing that you are doing here, the cutting edge, I mean the next generation, but still there are implementations with Open RAN live.
Excellent, thank you. Right, we had a long discussion, and as we say in industry, at the end, you're still with Nokia.
Oh, yes, exactly. And that it's how it will stay, I hope, at least partly. But the thing is, basically, first of all, of course, I think that the biggest discussion should be that how do we go to see the labs from the big kind of like venue that we had to rent, because not everybody fits here next year.
Right.
But the thing is basically that I think that, like what Alexandra said, the important thing is that what are the success stories? What has come out? What are the new people that kind of learned about this ecosystem here? What are the new applications that came out of this? That is something that I hope that we're going to talk about next year.
Wonderful. Thank you very, very much. I hope you found the panel discussion as interesting as I did. And please, a big round of applause for my wonderful panel. Thank you.
ladies and gentlemen. So we are now approaching the final and the closure of the event, but we are not closing yet. So we still want, right, Andreas, to discuss a little bit
All right. Yeah.
about what we have seen today, right? And hopefully get some feedback from the audience, right?
Yeah, that's right. And so
we go a little bit here, exactly.
Okay, so everything is prepared.
Yes, exactly.
Sorry, wrong place.
No worries.
No, right? Okay. Yes. So first of all, I sensed the spirit of collaboration already. So that was an inspiring event. A lot of really good discussions, open discussions. So I enjoyed it a lot. So what was your impression?
Absolutely. I mean, I think this is also even, overwhelming how the quality, of the great presentations that we had here today, and so many different angles, right? So I think even, connecting the dots, I mean, definitely we go out from this summit with a big understanding and knowledge what it has to be done. And also we talk about, it's all about ecosystems, it's all about partnerships, it's about how we collaborate together. And also we forge a path and we utilize different initiatives like this one from i14y Lab, to move forward, to push each other forward. So I think, it was really overwhelming and, positively energizing, and I think we will be keeping a tab, on every speaker that was actually saying, hey, where we will be in 1 year, right? So we will chase them, we will force them to come here to the stage.
That's a good idea,
and we will see actually the progress of the actions. What do you think, Andreas? Real track, yes.
Yeah, exactly. By the way, we have some photos, perhaps that underscores my impression or your impression. So isn't that nice? It seems that people really had fun at our event here.
Indeed.
So, yeah, and that we had these different angles from the visiting the lab here or the panel discussions. I enjoyed a lot these panel discussions this afternoon. That was very inspiring.
Indeed.
So I really have to thank all the attendees of the panel discussions.
Yeah, but Andreas, what do you think?
Here's some more photos.
Yes.
Isn't that nice?
Oh, great. Yes.
Yeah.
Andreas,
Okay.
what do you think? I think the audience is really quite, very quiet, very, should they tell us something about? I mean, the pictures speak for themselves, but we want to hear from you, right? So what is your impression about the summit? Did you like it? Are you coming, in your luggage? Are you bringing, more knowledge? And are you really interested also to collaborate with us? What do you think? Is it a thumbs up? Yeah!
Very good.
All right, so Andreas, maybe you would like to do some formal thank yous, right? Apart from the audience that was, staying with us during the day, engaged, and as I said also in the beginning, thanks for choosing us over the other events that were happening in Berlin, and thanks for staying with us until the very last moment. But I think you have also some special
so we have
thank
to
yous.
thank the ministry because without the funding it never would have happened. So thank you for supporting the idea of i14y, and we hope we really can accelerate the development of the ecosystem. So.
And to the partners as well, right?
And yeah, good that you remind me. So we feel already as one team. So
You did,
sure.
exactly. That feels like that.
So so first of all, we have to thank, and as I said, so that's the spirit of collaboration, and we sense that, and we have to thank all the partners and all the supporters to make this event happen and to prepare everything nicely and to work on the plan. So that is even more important, to work on the plan how we can fulfill the promises of the i14y Lab. So thank you.
Thank you.
Dear partners. That is your applause.
And I think it's worth, to mention that there was a lot of anonymous people working to make sure that this event was taking place. Hard days and nights, and I think that we should also thank for all of the crew that was behind this great summit, and a big applause also for all of them.
Thank you. Okay, I have to admit we must work a little bit on the weather forecast.
Yes,
that's something for
I know.
improvement next year, right?
Yes, I think
there's
it
always
was
space for improvement.
I remember at a certain point of the summit that David Hunton was saying that he brought the bad weather. So maybe we should, punish him a little bit and prepare something very mean later on.
So it's the first time that I heard it's more sunny in London than in Berlin.
Yes, exactly. Damn it. Yeah. So, Andreas, maybe we can also, say to this great audience today that we don't need to stop here, right? And definitely not wait until the next summit to engage and to meet you all, right? So, let's continue this discussion. Let's continue the talk. So, we have, our website. You know where to find us, drop us a line, follow us in the social media. You have, very different points that you can follow, in different ways. So the partners are also publishing news. We have the official website. So let's continue, right? Because also in the beginning, you might remember that I told you, please give us your feedback. Let us know what can we do for you. Do you want also to become part of this initiative? Do you have, a solution or an idea that can, illustrate or complement what we are doing here? So let's not stop this discussion. Let's be proactive. Please let us know. We will also be chasing some of you and making sure that we continue the dialogue, but also be proactive, right? And come to us, and we can continue, hopefully to grow this community and go in the right direction for the future of technology, right? So I think that this is also a point.
Absolutely.
Let's not stop here.
There are still some deadlines. So I mentioned the upcoming Plugfest in autumn this year.
Yes.
So. There will be an official announcement and the opportunity to apply for that. That is in cooperation with TIP and the Oran Alliance. So one very formal deadline, I would say. But as you already mentioned, it's always welcome to get your feedback, to learn from your proposals, what we can achieve, what we can improve here. So yeah, that's a quite open approach.
Indeed. So friends, I have now to address a message to friends, yes, and to Alex. So we are going rogue here, And even though in the beginning of the afternoon you have announced, this official lab inauguration, so we have prepared something. So we went rogue, and we want, really to reinforce that we are really going live. This is really the inauguration. So sorry for this. We will be, preparing something now, and we want everybody, to be part of this official lab inauguration, and we want you also to help us, to kickstart and to make sure that this inauguration has a proper, opening. So yes, exactly. It's coming. So I know that it's been, as I said, a wonderful journey. We would love, to continue today. We have to wrap up. I think, some of you needs to go home, but let's really celebrate. Let's take this opportunity, to celebrate together what we are doing. And this is, a very visionary project, and we want also to make sure that you are part of it. So, Andreas, what do you think? Should we ask the audience to help us somehow? Yes.
The real part now.
The real inauguration. Do you think that we will get in trouble with Franz and Alex?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, we will, right? Very good. Okay, so
that was not in the briefing, by the way.
Yes, I know. That's why I told you we went rogue right here. So yes, sorry for this. It's when you have a combination in the stage between a Portuguese and a German, this can happen. Went rogue. Very good. So thank you so much once again for staying with us until the end. Thanks also for the speakers and to your amazing contribution. So now we will start the countdown, and the countdown needs not only, you know, to be myself and Andreas doing this countdown, but also you. You need also to help us to do this countdown and really making sure that, you know, we are closing here with a very, you know, nice spirit. And let's have fun, right? Because I think that it's not all about, you know, serious discussions, but it's also this collaborative approach implies that we all have fun together and we enjoy, right? So, Andreas.
So where do we start? 100, 10, or 3?
Oh my God. That's a very good question. Oh, we didn't agree, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, right.
Well, perhaps we take 6?
Yes.
5G?
Yes,
6G?
okay.
Okay,
yes.
let's start with 6G.
Okay.
So that's a good number.
Yes, 60. Yes, that's also true. Indeed.
So,
yes.
but the engineers never would count down from 6 to 1G.
Yes.
Okay.
Exactly. Yeah.
Perhaps not the best example, but let's
no
start with 6.
I mean, yes,
Yeah.
and let's have fun,
Okay.
right? So no worries. Okay.
Okay. So
then
now it's yours.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
0.
Let's get inspired for a brand new day. My heart's on fire and I'm burning for change. That's true.
Very good.
Thank you.